Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. So in this video, we're gonna build a full e-commerce project with help of MERN technology. So in this MERN, we're gonna use NestJS as a Node framework and NextJS as a React framework. So both are too much popular nowadays. So we're gonna learn this. So no prior knowledge is required for this. So let's start with the demo. So this is the demo. You guys can see like this is the Dizzy Zone. I call this project name as Dizzy Zone. So where someone can buy their digital product with license key. So this is the home page. So latest products and top rated products are displayed over here. If you click on the view more, then we'll get the products page, and here pagination is there, and filter support, sort by supports are also there. This is the search functionality. So I put it Windows, so all Windows key related values are came. Now I am clicking on the Windows 11 home. So this is the display page, this is the image, title and reviews and some highlights over there. So those are now demo. So this is description, requirements and reviews. So you can add the review and you can sort the review by with filter. Sorry, not you can filter the reviews by rating. Now interesting part is like you can buy multiple SKUs of an product. Like you can see this is the 949 rupees is showing over here for 1 year. So if customer wants to buy for 5 years, so they have to click on the 5 years, then it will display the 5 years amount of for 5 years. And if you click on the like if customer will click on the lifetime, then that amount will be shown for lifetime. So and you can change the quantity also and click on the add to cart. So this is add to cart. If now customer will click on the checkout. If user not logged in, then it will redirect to the login page, but I logged in, so I redirect to the checkout page. So for payment purpose I have used Stripe checkout. So from here also you can update the quantity, and here I am adding phone number, some demo card, some demo address, and I am click on the pay. So after that it will redirect to the thank you page. So this is the order success page, thank you. So now if you go to the here, and you can see this first is the account details. From here you can update your password. User can update the password all from this is the all orders page. So this is the my latest order, so click on here. So this is the product key, license key. So this is the copy button. Total amount is showing over here. This is the date and time. This is the payment method. This is the order status, and billing address is also here. Now this is the logout. If you click on the logout, so if you log so user will logged out from the platform. So this is the login, this is the register. So this thing we are gonna build now in this video. So let's start. First we will build the backend and all the APIs, and then we will move forward to front end part. So in the backend we are going to use NestJS. So this is the NestJS documentation. This link I will give below in the description. So this is the NestJS documentation. Let's follow. How can we install the NestJS? So for that there are 3 processes there. So we can install the NestJS CLI. Then with help of that CLI we can move forward, or we can clone that NestJS project, that starter project, and then we will start with help of npm install and all those stuff. And also we can create a initial node project, and then we will install the NestJS package over there and then start. So but I prefer go with the NestJS CLI, then you will get some NestJS command which will help you later. Okay, so for that you have to install this npm i -g G means global, and you have to install NestJS CLI package. So installing this one. So CLI has installed. Now with help of nest command we can create a new project. So we are creating new project. So nest new, then that project name is DigiZone, and enter. So which package manager would you use? So gonna use npm. It will take bit time. So it's installed now. So go to that project folder and open that folder in VS Code. So now this is the package.json. This is the TypeScript. So also we're going to use TypeScript in backend and frontend as well. So this is a TypeScript configuration. This is a package.json. This is the nest CLI.json. Some nest CLI configuration is here, and the main folder is src folder. And in that src folder, main.ts is the main function where that app got created and app.listening. Okay, and so this NestJS actually is a module based. Okay, so we are gonna create a user module for manage the users, order module for manage the orders, product module for to manage the products. Okay, so that app module is the global module where all the modules are getting connected with the app module, and that app module will help to create the app with help of Nest Factory. So this is the Nest Factory, and you can see that Nest Factory is creating the app module actually, and in that app module, this we have to provide the information like what are the controllers for that module, what are the provider means services. Okay, so this is a service based architecture. So what are the services that we have to mention over here, and then the NestJS will build that project for you and run that. So this is the thing. So this is the controller. So go to where, then just okay, let's start the project first. So for that, okay, this is not required. So I'm going to the here and open this one. Okay, so npm run. So if you visit the package.json, then start.dev for watch the files and changes like nodemon. For Express, we usually use that nodemon to watch the files on all the changes, and for start prod for production. Like you can see the command, so you will get the things. So npm run start dev. So it will start, or you can say yeah, obviously it started the project in watch mode, and it will listen on the 3000. Yeah, 3000. So go here and call the localhost 3000. So you can see hello world. So this is the controller. It will help to create the route also. So I'm creating a new route over here, like get route name is test, and function name is get test, and we are returning that app service.get test function. So that function is not exist till now. Go to the get hello, and this is the service. This is the class based, and here I'm creating another function and returning this is the test. So done. Now if I call the test from here, okay, so it's showing test is not there. Oh, I haven't saved the controller. Now if I reload this, you can see test came. Or if you want to change the things like test, the hard order, this is one. Reload this, you can see. So this is the help, the controller. In the controller, we are gonna in the controller, you can create the route and call the service, and in the service we are handling everything. Means all the business logic we have to written in the service. Now some things we require, like we have to maintain some keys, like keys, some URL. What type of URL I'm talking about? Like DB URL we have to maintain. We have to maintain some secret keys like type secret keys and some other secret keys. So for that some configuration is required. So for custom configuration we are gonna install config. So one config package is there. So if you search here, config npm, so this package we are gonna install. So I copied this, paste, but only config will not gonna work. We are gonna we need another package that is for TypeScript. So that is like types/config. Now hit enter. And here, yeah, at the root we have to create one folder that name called as config. In the config, one file name called as default.json, and in that default.json we have to maintain all the keys. Okay, for initial process we can maintain like as port number. So port, so we are not going to use 3000, we are going to use 3100. Then MongoDB URL, so you can, if you want, you can use local one or Atlas one. So I am using Atlas one. So for Atlas you have to go to the MongoDB Atlas. So this is the Atlas. We have to log into the Atlas. So this is the Atlas page, and this is the, after login you will get this type of dashboard. You have to create a new cluster, and then this is you will get the cluster. So this is the cluster. Click on the connect, click on the connected application, you will get this connection string. So copy this connection string and update the password. So password you can set from here, database access. Okay, or I will give a link below in the comment, below in the description. So from that you will get the guide step by step. Okay, now that connect, this is my one actually. So I gave the MongoDB URL here. Okay, now we have to set up the database. So for database, go to the app.module. Here in this import, we are going to set up the database. So for database, we are going to use Mongoose also. Okay, so for Mongoose, we have to install npm i. So NestJS is also providing Mongoose. So we are going to use NestJS Mongoose actually. So NestJS Mongoose and types Mongoose for TypeScript. So it's installed. Now in this app.module.js file, we have to bring some module from Mongoose. The first one is Mongoose module. So Mongoose module for root, and we have to import that Mongoose module. And here we are not gonna use this one. We have to import from config. So config.get. So with help of get method, you will import the item from config. So from our case, this is the key MongoDB URL. We have to pass here. We have to import this compute as well. So import config from config. And after that, we have to pass some options also, like use new URL parser true, use unified topology true, write permission 1 and keep alive true. So our now let's start npm run start dev. Let's see if we will get any error or not. Okay, we are getting error. So probably type/config was not installed. That's why we got the error. Now let's start. Still not coming. So it is throwing error actually. Okay, no, it is working. So I have added ES module interprop true in this TS config. So it is working default import. It is working like a default import. So now it is working. So we can import config and we can use any config variable anywhere. So this is the MongoDB URL. So we are not getting an error. That means that connection got successfully. Now in that main.ts file, go to the main.ts file. Here also that port should come from MongoDB. Config. So config dot get port. So this config we have to bring from config. So now server is running on port 3100. That's means our DB connection got successfully, and also project running is fine. Now first at the beginning we're gonna create one exception filter. What exception filter? Like we have to handle the errors from API. Any type of error we have to handle that error and send a make a proper response, error response actually, and send it to the client. So client can handle every time as a frequently or as a like smoothly. So for that we have to build a kind of middleware that is called exception filter. Okay, so for exception filter what we are gonna do, we have to create one file called as exception filter, like http exception filter.ts. So in that source folder, in the src folder, create http exception filter.ts. So basically in this filter we are going to handle, or we are going to catch the error and handle that error and make a proper structured error response, and then it will be sent to the client. So request came, error happened, and send it to the response. So error happened and send it to response. In this between we have to handle that error. So for that, here we have to export a class that name is all exception filter. We can give name as all exception filter. Okay, and that will be implements from exception filter that will be imported from NestJS. So implements, not filter, that will be exception filter, and this exception filter we have to import. So Now in this class we have to create one constructor, and this is like private read only. We have to take HTTP adapter, okay, and that HTTP adapter host also provided by the NestJS code. So HTTP adapter, not adapter, we can call it as HTTP adapter host, and this will be also HTTP adapter host. Now we have to handle the catch. So that exception can be any, and that host will be the argument host, and that argument host also can be imported from NestJS common package. And with the this is the function, and that function will actually void, it will return the void. And in this function, what we are going to do, first we have to take the HTTP adapter first. So const HTTP adapter from this variable HTTP adapter host. So this will be this dot HTTP adapter host. Then we have to switch to the HTTP. We have to that our host will be switched to HTTP. So that we will gonna store in CTX variable host switch to HTTP. Now catch or take the HTTP status. So HTTP status. First need to check exception is the instance of HTTP exception. So exception is the instance of HTTP exception, and that will also import from exception. Then if this is, then we have to get the status from the exception, or if not, then by default we can give the 500 error. 500 error which is this is the HTTP status provided by NestJS, okay, and in this NestJS all the status code are there. So internal server error means 500, success means 200, like that. So this is the HTTP status. HTTP status also we got. If you want, you guys can console that log means error also. So console dot log the exception. Or you can give like exception and then take the exception response, means what response coming from the error actually. So this is the exception response, but for before the taking the response also we have to this check is required actually. So if exception is instance of HTTP exception, then we will take the response, else that we are converting that exception in string. What are the means what any type of exception, what exception is it coming, we just convert to string and send it to the client. Now we have to make the response body. So response body will be the first status code, which will be the HTTP status. Then the timestamp, that will be new date. Then that path, or not like that way, we can keep it like we can take the path from HTTP adapter also. So HTTP adapter dot get request, and then from the URL we can take, not URL, the whole path we are gonna send. Then now coming to message. So for message, what we are going to send, first take the exception response as HTTP exception response. So this also is provided by, okay, so this is the interface. That interface we have to build at the initial. So export interface, this one. First will be status code, that can be numbered, then message, that will be string, then error, that will also be string. And if so we have to, this is kind of a type conversion, dot message. If we are not getting any message, then we can send the error, what error we are getting. So error. If we are not getting, then we are sending the whole exception response. If we are not getting this also, then by default we are sending something went from message. This is the exception response. And at the end we are sending the whole response for better understanding. So this will be a better understanding, and that format will be like this. So done. Now with help of HTTP adapter we have to reply, or means we have to send this response body at the, means with that API response. So HTTP adapter dot reply, and then we take the response, attach the response body and distribute status, and send it to back. So till now I can see some small error. Sorry for spelling mistake, it was HTTP adapter. Yeah, now it looks fine. So now this is all exception filter we have to add in the app module. So after app service, this is the object where we have to provide the app filter. So it will filter after service, and that class will be all exception filter, and that we have to import from path. So our app filter is done. Now coming to another thing. So we are handling now error, right? If any error will come from app service actually, and then it will provide the, it will filter, and it will handle the exception and make the proper response body for the exception and throw it back to client. But if it will be success, then we have to handle the success response as well as. So for that we have to handle some response kind of interceptor. We have to make some interceptor so we can handle the success response. So here I am creating like one file that call name is response interceptor.ts. So response interceptor.ts. So in this here response interceptor, this is not a big deal, it's a very simple. So here also we have to build one, what I can say. Oh, okay. One thing I missed, maybe in this HTML, here we have to use one decoder also. So that decoder is catch decoder we have to use. So this will be catch, and that catch will be imported from NextJS. Then actually it will handle the catch. Okay, now coming back to response. So in this response, what we can do, first we have to make a class. So export class, then we can give like, actually we are transforming the object, right? Transforming the response. So make it name like, we can give like transformation interceptor. So transformation interceptor. Actually you guys can see like I am using GitHub Copilot, so it's always suggesting the data. So actually we are gonna follow this thing actually, but okay, let's write or okay, we can do this thing also. Here this is the intercept, this is the context, so we have to execute. So in this nest interceptor, so it implements by the net interceptor actually. Okay, and in this here it will also provide one intercept type of constructor, and not construct, this intercept is actually function. In this function it will passing two arguments. First is context, what execution context we are getting, and this is the actually types of that context. And then next, okay, and that next another parameter is called as next, and it will actually call what call is coming, that call handler actually we are calling as a call handler. And as a response we are getting observable. So observable, now what we are gonna do here, okay, we don't require this, we remove this one. So first we are taking the status code. So this is the context. We already wrote the context thing, ctx or context thing in this all exception filter. So get the status code from the context. So before that we are not going to use like that way. We have to first switch to HTTP first, then get response, then we will get the, from the response we will get the status code. Then path, same, get request, and then not path, we can take the whole URL also. Now we have to return, like return next, what handler is coming. So next dot handle, so next dot handle. So this handle also give one pipe method. So we are piping all the data in a map. So this is the map, sorry. So we are mapping the data, and here what we're gonna do, we're gonna making like message, not like that actually. We return the object. So here so that map also we have to like import. Now in this map actually, first it will go the message. So message will be what data is coming. So that data is dot message. Then status success, what success flag is coming, it can be true or it may be false. Then what result data is coming, so result, so data dot result. Then we can maintain the timestamp also. So timestamp is equal to new date. Then status code, then path, and that if that error always will be null. So we are sending, obviously we are handling this thing for in success response, so error will be always null. Okay, but now we have to, this is the any, but we are not going to use any. We will use interface because we are using TypeScript. So export interface. So export is not required actually. Okay, let's keep it export. Interface, then response, then it can be data, not data actually. So this will be message, success. So message will be string, success will be boolean, result will be any kind of data. It can be array, it can be object, it can be string. Error will be null. By default I'm giving null, but if something is coming later, so that's the reason. Or by default we are sending null, so we can keep it as a null also, no issue. Timestamp will be date and status code will be number. And this response will be returned as a here. So it will be T. This is the data. Now this response interceptor, or we can call it as a transformation interceptor, we have to add in main.ts file. Okay, so in this main.ts file we have to use as a global interceptor here. So here app dot use global interceptor, here it will be new. You have to bring this. So our global response interceptor has done, and that exception filter also has done. So now we will start from the user module. So in the user module, what we are going to do, we are going to create register a user or create an user. Then we will log in that user, then update password and name. And another API we have to build like verification. So when someone will come to a register, so they will fill up the form and send, click on the register button, then one user will be created in our DB, but by default that user will be unverified, or we will maintain a flag like is verified, and by default that flag will be false. And then we will send like during the registration we will send a verification email to that user's email, so user can verify their email, and we will send a actually random OTP to their email. To their email, and from that email they will collect the OTP and they will provide in our platform, and we will verify the OTP like this user or that email is verified or not. Or actually, obviously we'll continue the verification process like that too. And then that user will be verified, and then we will update that user information like is verified is true. Then user can log in to our platform, else not. So for that we will make some controller, or we can say we will not make some controller, actually we will make some route for that. So first route will be like create an user, then update an user, get the user. So another thing, forward password also will be there. For forward password also we will send one random generated password to their user, okay, and send OTP email. So we will send the OTP with that email, and then this kind of things we will gonna send. So but before that we have to create that schema and the repository. What is schema? Schema is nothing actually, it is a schema of that collection, means of that user collection. So we will create a user collection in the DB, so we have to define the schema of that user. So for that So all the schema and all the like repository and other thing like middleware utilities, so all the thing we are maintaining some different shared folder, so we that all the files can be shareable to any service or any control or any module. So in a single word it can be like all the shared modules, we will create another kind of a module or package, that is shared package. In that shared package some like all the repository, all the schemas are available, and that can be shared in anywhere in the project. So in the source folder or src folder, we are creating another folder called as shared. So in the shared folder, one folder called name as schema. So in this schema, first will be the user schema. So users.ts. So here you have to first take the schema decorator first. So this schema decorator will be come from NextJS Mongoose, and we can make it as a by default true. So JSON is not required. And then create an class, export class user. It will be extends from document, and that document will be start from Mongoose. And then export, we have to create the schema now. Export post user schema. So how can we create the schema? With help of schema factory. So we have to bring the schema factory, and that schema factory also came from NextJS Mongoose. So this is the actually base structure of any kind of schema. So first we have to import schema and schema factory from the NextJS Mongoose, then document from Mongoose, then we use schema decorator and we pass some options. So by default here I pass timestamps true. That means when you are gonna create any user, so created and updated field will be by default, it will add it with every like every collection, sorry, not every document. And then we have to create one class, and which will be extend from document. That document is also provided by Mongoose, and in that user class you have to maintain all the fields and their props. And at the end we have to create the schema with help of that class and schema factory. So schema factory is actually basic nothing, is creating a schema for you. From that schema factory is actually what I can say, you can say is a module which will be imported from NextJS Mongoose. So let's start. So for user, what we need? So first we need name, but we have to pass the props also as well. So this is the prop, so it will be required field. So I'm passing one option required true. Like that way, email string, password also string. So here we are not gonna use role, where we are gonna use type. So what is type now? Type is basically nothing, it's a user type. It can be like our platform, like platform will know the user, but user has two different types. One is admin, who wants to sell their product, and who are actually add the product to the platform, manage the actually order as the admin level. And another thing, customer, who are gonna buy the products. So for that we have to create another enum at the top. So like we are creating enum, so export enum user types, and first will be the admin and second will be the customer. and that type is also will accept enum, that will be user types, or we can maintain like that way also, user types dot admin and user types dot customer, like that way also, any one. So that type will be accepted from this two one, else it will throw the error. Another thing, by default we are gonna not phone number is not required. There are no required field now. Now by default we are maintain one flag like is verified, that can be boolean, and by default we are setting the value false. Now another field is required, that is OTP, that will be string. So we will generate a random OTP and we will set it, so we'll set it here. So that by default that value should be null. Then that OTP expiry, or we can say OTP expiry time. So these fields are required for in the user collection. Now, now we have to create the repository. So here we are creating another folder called name is repositories. One file we have to create like user.repository.ts. So now we are gonna not doing so. Okay, we will create the base structure of the repository. So here also we have to create one class like export class user repository. Okay, and one constructor will be there. So in this constructor we are going to inject the model. Models means schema, actually schema model, what we have built already for user. So we have to inject that model. So for that we have to need one decorator like inject model, that will be imported from NextJS mongoose. And in that inject model we have to inject that schema. So that will be user schema dot that schema name we have to provide user dot name. So user will also return a name, and so this will be user model, and that will be model. So this model also have to bring from mongoose, and this is user, not user actually, user. So okay, user, no issue. Or we can make it users, and here we are gonna create users. So this is a base schema of our user repository. Now let's go to the controller first. So first we have to create one module that will be called as user module. So for that we can take help from Nest. So we are going to use one command, that is Nest, okay, or Nest. So go to the documentation. Like resource create. So if you search with resource here, you will get here. This is a CRUD generator provided by Nest. So click on here. So you can see you can create a whole Resource means module. So it will create one module file, one service file, and controller file for you. Or if you want to like generate only a module, then you can use this command for controller this, service this. So I'm creating this. So nest.g dot resource. So nest.g resource, and we are calling that module name as resource. Sorry, users. So nest.g resource, and then that module name. So here you have to give the module name actually. So for my case, module name is users. I'm giving users. So you have to choose first that resource for REST API or GraphQL or microservice. So I'm choosing REST API. Why? So already package also is getting installed with npm. Now you can see the resource users module has created. So from that user module, you will get the service file, module file, controller file, and entities also is there. But entity for our case, entity is not required. So I am deleting this folder, like entities folder, and in this DTO you will get the create user DTO and update user DTO. Okay, let's start from the create user DTO. So in this create user DTO, so we can NestJS also provide one package is there that is called as class validator. So with that class validator, we can validate the data in the body. So what body is like sent by the client or sent by the API. So in the API request, we can validate the data with help of the class validator, and then it will enter to the service file. Else from there it will throw an error. So for class validator, we can we can create a DTO like that way, and we can validate the data in the DTO. So in the DTO, we have to mention what the fields are there, what the fields are accepting the DTO. So like we can say like we need like name, it can be string, email will become, password will also come, and type will also come. Now another field is required, that name is secret token. Okay, so why secret token? Like with create user, that create user API, with help of the create user API, anyone can create an admin also. But when we are gonna when our platform is creating the admin, that time before that we have to check that request is coming from a valid user or not. How can we know the valid user? Like who knows the secret token? So that user or who knows the secret token, that guy or that user have to send that secret token in that API body. So we can validate that API body with a secret token is matched in our requirement or not. If it is matched, then we will move forward, else we will throw the error. So that secret token only can be used for create a new admin, not the customer user. So for customer user, that flow is clear. We will create the customer, and by default that is verified is false. And we are after that we are going to send an email to the customer. That email will get, in that email that customer will get the OTP, and that OTP they have to provide in our platform and click on the verify something, and then we will like create another API will be there that will verify OTP, and then we will get the OTP. We will get the OTP, and like rest of the thing we can do. That we can just update the verify flag. So then that customer will get verified and continue the things. So this is a secret token, but that will be like means optional. So this is actually create user DTO, but now here we can validate. How we can validate with help of the class validator. First we have to check that name should not be empty. So is not empty. Then it should be a string. Okay, now but we have to install the class validator also. So here we have to install npm I class validator. Now if you want to bring, you can bring from class. And this is for also for email, it should not be string, also for password, but for type we're gonna use another one, that is in. That means what value is coming from the backend, from the API body, that we have to validate, that can be admin or a customer for the type. So for that we have to validate like that way. It will be is user types that will be imported from that schema already we have defined, admin or customer. And secret token is the like string, so it will be string obviously, and it's optional, so we can pass its option. So this is a class validator. With help of like that way we can validate the data. So this is a create user DTO. Then update. So when we are gonna update, for update user only we gonna update name and the password only. So for update user DTO, so you can see this is a partial type from the create user, so it's not required actually, because for update purpose we're gonna update like it can be name also obviously, so that can be name. We are not gonna update email, so in that body old password will come, so old password and new password will become. So these three data we will get for the update user. And for my name also it can be, so name can be came or not, but password should be there. Or means user can update anyone from them, like can be name, can be old password, can be new password. So we can validate or not, it's not required. Actually it's not required because all the three fields are optional. Now in the user controller, so this is a controller. You can see like you can see like when we have ran this command, like this one, this command when we have run, that time is generated a card. So post, get, patch means update the data, find the data, create the data, remove the data, all the route already got created. So start from the here. First it will be create an user, then another one like another route will be for create, means it's actually create means register. So another route will be login, so it also can be post. So post, it will be login, so you can use /login or normal login, anything, no issue. And we're gonna use the HTTP status code. HTTP code we are gonna use, that will be HTTP status dot OK. OK means 200. Then create one function that called name is async login. And in that body, what we are gonna do, what we are gonna create, say that is login user that can be anything, or okay, keep it like any for now. Or we can pass, like we will get the email and password only. So email string, password string. So we'll pass the email, password here. So in that login, we are also like when that user got logged in successful, then after that we have to generate a auth token that will be JWT token. So we have to generate the auth token and have to send it to the client. But interesting things like we're gonna when we are gonna send that auth token to the client, we're gonna not send in the response body, we are send it at a token, a response token. So for response token, what we're gonna do, we need response now. So here we are taking response. So for that need another decorator, that name called is res. So in the decorator we have to pass one option like pass through is true, and we will get the res, and that not response, we can say response, that will be response. And that response will be bring from express. So import response from express. That expose that express is by default came with next. Okay. And for the login user, what we are going to do, first here we are taking the response from that login. So we are called as login response, what response is coming from that service, and then we know the structure, we will get the success flag also. So we have to check if login response not status, we will get the success flag. If that is success is true, then we will, what we are going to do, obviously in that login response we will get the token also. So we will, with that response, in the response cookie we will set the token. So that token name we are called not token, we are talking name called as dg auth token. So dg auth token, and we will already, so that token will be there in the result. So login dot result dot token. So this is optional chaining parameter. So if you are using this, then if this value is not exists, then it will return undefined. So it will not throw the error. And when everything is done, then we have to delete the token, because we already set that token in that response cookie. So there are no meaning to send in the body response. Sorry, no, obviously in the response actually. So delete that token. So we can delete like that way, and then we are returning the login response. So this is the controller. So again, I am just saying everything like, first when someone is hit this URL like this path login, then it will actually, this is a decorator HTML code where like we are defining like if it is giving success response, then it will be through the 200 response. Okay, and then this is the like body we are taking. In that body we will get the email and password only, and response we are taking another parameter as from the response decorator, res decorator, that will be response. Why? Because in the response we are gonna set the cookie. We are set the cookie actually. Sorry, response cookie. We are setting the auth token. So let's do. So this is the service file. So go to the user service. You can see in that user service also. This is the user service, and in the user service also you are getting a default structure. So create I'm not doing, or I'm not doing anything for now. So this is the email, or you can say return this is login user. So this is the structure. And create already there, so it's normally fine what the data is coming. So here obviously we will get the validated data, and then we are gonna move to create and then login. So let's do the create and login first. So for create, this is the create. So for create, what we are going to do, we already get the data. So remove this thing. We are gonna use try catch block to error handle. So if any error came, then it will be throw the error. And in the try, so first what we have to do, we have to first generate the hash password first. Because what password user will provide, that or customer will provide, that password we are not gonna say, we are not gonna keep in database. We have to hash that data, hash that password, then we can store. So for that we are gonna replace that password. So create user dot password, that will be replaced with add password. So for that hash password, what we are gonna do, we are gonna call another function that name is generate hash password, and we are gonna passing this function we will build, not now. So it will return a hash password, it will be stored in the password field. Then what we are going to do, we have to check like not check actually, yeah, we're gonna check like what payload is coming. That payload is coming from admin create. So like check, is it for admin? Then what we are going to do, so first we have to check this is admin. So that will be came from schema, that is admin, and obviously that should be a token will be there, because I already told if someone wants to create an admin, then they should have sent the secret token, and that secret token we have to match with our token. So our token we are going to store in the config file. So go to the default.json. Here we can store the token like admin secret token. And for now I can give like admin @123. Now go to where, and so config dot get, and that key name is admin secret token. So copy this, paste it here, this config, import the config So if this is matched and someone is came to create the admin and this is matched, or we can say if this is not matched, so not equal to, then we can throw the error. Like we can say eval is secret token, or we can say not allowed to create admin. Now now we have to check what user email is coming, that user is already exist. So for that, what we have to check that email is there on. So for that user model we have to bring. So this is injectable. That means that service can be injected in the module. And here we have to define the constructor. So in this constructor, what we have to need? We need that user repository, because from the service we have to communicate the repository, and the repository will communicate the database. So we have to inject. So inject the user repository. That inject also you have to bring from the common. Now if you visit to the user repository in this shared folder, you have to mention here like it can be injectable, else you can't inject. So injectable, then only you can inject here. And then you have to mention like private so this is user model, or you can say user DB. And that will be async. In this control also this will be async. We are calling all the methods asynchronously. So this method is not in the repository, so we have to make that method. So go to the user repository. So open in the split. So here we have to make this function like async find one query, like that way. So if we will get the user, then we have to throw the error like user already exists. Okay, if not, then first we have to generate the OTP. So like const OTP equal to, so how we are going to generate the OTP? With help of math.random. So first we have to take the math.float, and then math.random into 6 digits, so 9 into 1 2 3 4 5 6. So it will actually gives you a random OTP. Then you have to set the expiry time. So const OTP expiry time new date, and you have to set the minutes. So it will be expire for expiry time will be for 5 minutes only, or you guys can set for 10 minutes. So I'm keep it for 10 as for now. Now we have all the data like name, email, password, hash password, OTP expiry time. So now let's create for DB. But before that, go to the create user DTO. Here we can maintain another flag called is verified. That can be Boolean. Why? Because here only in this else part we can check that else means is coming for admin and that secret token is matched. So where we can, what we can do, we can do like create user DTO is verified true. Now it's time to create a new user. So const new user all the data, OTP and expiry time. So here we have to create another function, create, that will be record string and any. So new user is getting created here. Now if new user dot type equal to or no, not equal to user type dot admin, then we have to send the OTP mail, or we can send email. We will create one function, send email, for all, means for as a global, like we can use this function for forgot password, we can use this function for OTP verification email, everything. So for now, this I'm keeping it as a blank. For now, we will create this function, and at the end we have to return the same structure. First it will be like success flag, then it will be message, and then it will be result, like that way. But for result, we are gonna send only email. Done. Now in this shared folder we can create another folder named like utility. So in this utility folder we can create one file called as password manager. Sorry. So in this password manager, we're gonna create two functions. One is for generate hash password, because you guys already we have used generate password here, generate hash password. So this function we have to create. So export const generate password. Another function we're gonna create compare password. So for compare password, we will get the password and hash password both, and we will get it. We will compare and return the value. So for that we have to install another package that name is bcrypt. So we have to install bcrypt and TypeScript. For we are using TypeScript, so for that we have to install types/bcrypt. Now we have to import that bcrypt. Done. So now this has generate hash password. We have to import here. So done. Now coming to another method, that is send email. So for send email, we can create another utility that name called as send email or mail handler. So in this mail utility folder, we can create another method that is mail handler.ts. So now we need one provider service which will help to send the mail to the customer's email. So for that, we're gonna use Mailgun. So you guys have to log in, and you will get API token and all the information. So for that, so I'm not gonna install because I have already installed this one. It's already logged in and already I have the API tokens. So this is very simple. You have to log in and then you will get the dashboard, and from the dashboard you will get the API tokens and all the things. Or so this is the Mailgun dashboard. Here you will get the APIs keys like click on this is the dashboard. Here you will get the API keys. Click on here, and you have to take the private API key, public API keys, and go to the sending, and then templates. You have to build the templates here. Like I have created 3 templates, like verify email template, forgot password template, and order. So how you can build? So this HTML things I will provide. So you have to create the message template. Click on here and click the here and there. You have to name the template name. You have to give and some like little bit description if required. Obviously this is a required field, then you have to give, or else you can give as a test or something. Then here you have to paste the HTML things, and then you have to create and start the coding, and that will be your HTML template. So for my case, if you go, then this is the verify email template. It's the initial. So this looks like this one. This is the email template, and this is the test data. What data we are gonna send via email. And this HTML I will share with you, no issues. So let's start now. Here we have to create one function, name is export on send email. And it will accept some parameter. First is to, means whom you wanna send, template name. You have to pass the template name, which template you wanna send. Then subject, then the data. By default it is blank or empty object. And here we are gonna use, we are gonna actually like Mailgun is providing one API. So we will call that API to send the email. So for that, what we need, we need form data. So const form equal to new form data. This form data we have to install. So npm I form data. So we have to import that form data. Or keep it as form. Now to append the form, like form dot append, not to obviously have to append the template name. So this is actually template. Key will be template. Subject also you have to append. Now append, we have to append the data. No, like not like that way. Okay, before that we have to say append from also. So from our case, from will be this. So that you will get if you go here, then click on the sending. So this is the from email. Okay, so this is the append, you have to append the form also. Then now all the variables, or you can name it not data, you can name it like template variables. So we have to append all the template variables one by one. How are we gonna append? So we are gonna run a loop like object keys, object.keys, and in that loop we have to append the key. But some structure you have to follow. So as per mailgun, we have to follow v colon, then you have to give the key. Then we have to set the username. That username will be API. Then password. The password we will take from config. So config.get, not password, it will be email service dot private key. It will be private key. So that private key will get from the API key section in the mailgun. So we have to import config from config. Now if you go to the config file, here email service, and that email service also accepting one object, and in that object the test domain is there. You will get the test domain from that mailgun. You will get the private API key, public API key, and all the email templates name. So you have to store it like that. I have that, so I will copy it and paste it. So this is a private key we will get from the mailgun. This is the public key also we will get from the mailgun. This is the email templates. So for my case, email will forward password, verify email, and order success. Three email template we need for verification, forward password, and order success email. So now go to the mail handler. The password will be from email service.private key. Then we have to generate the token. So const token will be like this. we have to buffer the token with help of username and password. Then we have to call, we can use Axios over here. So Axios, not face, we are going to use Axios. And we have to pass the thing like method is post, URL is mailgun .NET v3. Then here test domain is required. So this will be the test domain. So config.get email service.test domain. Then slash messages. Then data header will be content type authorization, this one, and content type not required content type. Content type will be a multipart from data. And data will be the from. And this Axios, we have to install the Axios. So npm I Axios. And we have to import the Axios. And if you want, then you can return. Done. So this thing you can handle in a try catch block also. So try catch, start the thing, paste in the try block, and in the catch, if any catch will be there, then we will show the error. Or not so, we can only console. Why we have to show? Because we are calling send email always in asynchronous way. We are not gonna wait for the response. So this is the send email function. Again, I am just recap this. So this is send email function. It will accept true template name, subject, and template variables. All the variables what is going to the template and showing to the email template like OTP, email, etc. And we are gonna use. We have to create a form data. So with form data, we have to append to template and subject, template name and subject, and then we have to append the test email from where we are gonna send, and then object keys. We have to map all the object keys and append one by one, and with help of this structure which is mailgun followed, and then username. By default username they have provided API. If you check the mailgun API doc, you will get everything. Then this is the password. The password will be the private key which you will get from the email service from config. And then token, we have to generate the token with help of username and password. We have to buffer that. Then we have to string convert to the string with base64. Then you will get the actual auth token, and that with the help of auth token, we have to send the auth token as an authorization and call that URL, and we have to pass the domain also. And then data will be all the from data and take the response. So this send email we are calling from here. So send email. So already we know we have to pass some data. So first we have to two will be the new user email. Then the template name actually have to send. So template name is the verify email. So that template name will be come from the config. Already we have defined in the config. And then that subject. So subject will be the, you can say, email verification decision. So subject will be email verification decision. And then we have to pass the data. So what data? First it will be going the customer name, then customer email, and then OTP. Done. So our create API has done. Now moving forward to and one thing I mean, that is message. So by default we are sending user created successful. So but we have to say to the user in a proper way, like user have to verify their email. So here we have to check, like if new user dot type equal to admin, then you have to create admin created successfully created or not user created. We have to say please activate your account by verifying your email. And we have to say like we have sent you and send you a confirmation email, not confirmation, send you an email. We have sent you an email with OTP. Done. Now moving forward to login. So for login, we'll get the in that login we will get the email and password. So first we have to check like user is exist or not. How are we gonna check? With help of the email, obviously. So this is will be async. So we can use await also over here. If not existing, then we have to throw user not found. If not verified, then you have to throw please verify your email. And then if email is there, password, if you have to check the password is matched or not. So for that we can take the compare password help, and you have to send the this password and user password hash password, right? So user exist dot password. If not matched, then again you have to throw password not invalid password. So invalid email or password we have to send like that way for security purpose. Here also we can send the same thing. If everything fine, then we have to generate the token. With help of ID. So user exist dot ID. After that we have to return the data. So in return success will be true, message will be login successful or user logged in successful, and that result will be like you have to pass like user, then that user name will be there, email will be there, type will be there, ID will be there, and after that token will be there. So this is the response payload you are going to send. This is the user information, this is the token. Now I have to create this function like generate auth token. So in this utility file, we have to create another new file, that name called is token generator. So token generator. .ts. So export const this method we will get the id from here, a string. We have to install JSON web token, so npm I JSON web token. And for TypeScript, we have to install types also. So in this config, we have to set the token secret. So go to the config. This is JW secret. So this is the JSON web token. JSON web token will be sign method we have to call, that name is sign, and we have to pass the payload. So that payload will be ID. Then need the secret token, and means secret token means you can say like is individual to platform, and expiry will be 30 days. And another function we can make it here like export const for middleware purpose, like decode the payload. So we'll get the auth token and we can verify the tokens. So here we have to bring. So our register and login has done. Now let's start the server. Okay. So now we have to bring this user repository in the user module. Then only we can inject in the user server. So this user repository we have to import in the user module. So go to the user module, the service, we have to import this. Okay, and in that user repository Go to the user module. We have to create the collection also, that I forgot to create. So here need imports, and in this imports, that mongoose module dot for feature. This will help to create a collection with the schema. So that name, and you have to pass the schema. So that name will be the users.name. And that users, not user schema, you can say. So now your service running on port 3100, it's fine. Now let's create a new API. So this will be post, and URL will be HTTP localhost 3000, then users, and in the body the data will be name, test customer, email will be test@customer.com, password will be test123, type will be the customer. So I got the success response. So in the DB, you can see in this user collection, if I click on the user collection, one document is there. So name, email, password, this will be hashed, is verified true. Okay, it's showing is verified true. That should not be. So go to the user.service.ts. So here not equal to customers. Okay, so if that admin and not password is not token, then throw. Else, if not customer, that means if it is admin, only admin, then we can set it is verified, else it is false. Now the question is like, we are getting email or not. Obviously, we are not getting email now because this is not a valid email what we have provided in that postman. This is the first thing. Second thing, uh, second thing, we have to in this mailgun we have to set which email you gonna as a test which email we're gonna use. So if you go to sending, then click it here, and you will see the email list from here. So you have to provide your email address, which email you have to accept the means we have to get the email, and then click on the save recipient, and then it will be verified. Then you will get one verification email from the mailgun actually. Then you have to verify. Then you will you will get the email from the mailgun. But as a test, you will get the email in this your spam folder. Okay, let's create another. Now check in the DB, refresh this. Now you can see it's verified is false now. So I'm deleting this one. So OTP is 730304. Right now we will go move to, so we have to create a collection. That collection name is called Busy Zone YouTube, and here we can like create some more folder. So we are gonna save this. This will be like create user, create a new folder called name is users, save this. Now move to login. So this is users, then login, the path. This will be also post. Then we have to pass the email and password. So this will be the parameter. So email and password. Then we will send, but it will throw an error. Error will be like please verify your email. You can see the structure, what HTTP exception we have built. So as per the HTTP exception, it will send me the error response. Okay. So we have to verify the email. So how we can verify the email? So this is the login. Okay, we will save as login user. Now in this users, so let's make it verify. Verify email we haven't make it. So again start from the user controller. So verify email we can use as a get method. This will be verify email. We will accept the OTP as in the param string. Then we will accept the email. Then we will call the async verify email, and in a param decorator, with help of param decorator, we will get the OTP and we also get the email. And we will call the verify email function. So it will be async, so it will be await. Done. Now we have to create this method. So async verify email, it will take the email and OTP. Sorry, OTP and email is coming. So OTP first and email at the end. And in this try catch block, we are handle the error also. So if any error will come, it will throw the error. And in this verify email, what we are gonna do? I think we have to check with the like first we have to check const user. We will get the user. We find one email. If user is not there, user not found, and that email OTP will be not equal to OTP, then we can say invalid OTP. Expiry time will be, we can say if that expiry time will be less than new date, then you're gonna send OTP already expired. Or if then we can set it there like that way. Not this one, then we can set it like wait update one email is verified true. Then we are going to set the success to email verified successfully. Now you can log in now. And this update one, we have to make it. So async update one, the first will be the query and second one is so verify email has done. So it will be called as verify email. What will be nothing, that we have to pass the email and OTP. So first will be the OTP and then email, and OTP we will get from the DB for now because we are not getting email for now. So taking the OTP, paste it here. It is also a post, so send it. Something goes wrong. Verify email, OTP and email, we are getting this. Oh, sorry, this is the get method. So now you can see email verified successfully. You can log in now. So check in the DB. So by default, it is verified is false. Now if I refresh this, you can see it's getting true. This is not required. Can save as verify user. Now if we try to log in, now we can log in. So click on the send. So you can see we can log in, and in this cookies part you can see the cookie is also set. So login is working perfectly fine. Now question is like, if like OTP got expired, then obviously we have to give the permission like user can send the OTP again. So for that we have to make another controller called as send OTP email for a particular email again. So in this user controller, create another function, another route that will also get, and that will be like send OTP email. And we are taking the email as a from the parameter. So create another function that is async send OTP email. Again, this will be like try catch block will be there. So in this try block, we have to first check const user is exist or not. If not, then we have to send the user not found. If not verified, email already verified, so we are not gonna give the permission to send the OTP. Generate another OTP. Generate expiry time for 10 minutes again, and we have to update the DB. Then you have to send the mail. In this result, we can send email also. So this is like route will be send OTP email. That will also get. This is the email. Now send email already verified. So it's working fine. So if I make it false, then maybe it will send the email. So previously OTP was 730304. Now the OTP is 29784. That means it's working fine. Now we can do some other stuff like find all user. We can do the find all user. So this is the find all user, but before that do this thing later, like not required now. Get ID, we can get the ID. Try catch. So it will be throw the error in this try block, which we will get. Not required actually find one. Another thing we can make it like get logout. Async logout from response. So we need response actually. So same decorator we can take. So from this response we can clear the cookie and we can send like that way. So go to where, log out. So now you can see one cookie is there. If I'll call this, then the cookies is 0, nothing cookies there, so it's unset. So you see, actually I keep it as get, so make it like put. No cookies received from the server. So this is logout user. Now come to forgot password. So if someone click on the forgot password, means if someone forgot the password, then they have to send means they have to click on the forgot password API. When forgot password API will come, then we are generating a random password and send it to their customer's email. Then with their customer email, they will log in and then they will change their password or update their password. So for that, create another route that will be like get forgot password, and in that body we will get the email. So we will get the email from param only. So in this forgot password, what we are going to do in this forgot password, we have to check that user is exist or not. So first we have to check like user is exist or not. If not, then you have to throw the error. Then what you have to do? Okay, those are wrong. Then we have to generate a password, random password. So for that, const password will be equal to math dot random, then to string, it will be 36, and slice, not slice, we can use substring over there. So substring will be 2 to 15, or you can say 2 to 12. And then you have to hash the password. So const hash password, or we can say let password. Then this password will be hashed it. So await generate hash password with the password, and then we have to update the DB. So await or we can do with ideals, anything. So it's got updated, and then we can send the email. So send email, user email will be there, forward password will be there, then forward this is subject, and Here we can set customer name, customer email, new password, and login link also we can set. So user can click from the email and react to the login URL, and then they will do rest of the task. And as a return, we will get the success to message password sent to your email. The result will be the email done. Now this is the login URL. So that URL also is coming from config. So for now, this is the I'm giving the default one. Okay, now maybe you guys have arised some question like we are passing the data where the data are there. So in what HTML I have provided for as for email template, in that email template you can see like some data is named like some key you can see over there with this double braces. So in that double braces, this variable name are there. So when we are sending the email from here from our code, then it will replace this key with the value. Now let's click on the forgot password. This email will be this one. This will be get password sent to your email. So if you try to log in now, okay, first I'll let it be saved first. So forgot password. Now if you go to the login user, if you will click on the login, you will not log in. Okay, sorry. So we have to verify first. So I am verifying the user. The OTP is invalid. So grab the OTP from the DB, pass it here. The OTP got expired. Please send OTP. Now email got verified, but you can't log in with the password. Invalid email or password. So for that, you have to use the forgot password, and now we are not receiving the email. So for now, in this response, we are taking the password. This flow is for now only. Okay. Later we will remove this code. So this is the random password. Now if you try to log in with this password, you can able to log in. See? The forward password is also working. Okay, now email service or private key is not defined, so this will be private API key. Okay, so now another user controller is there that will be like update username or password. So for that, create a method for update name password. So here it will be update name password, update password or name, ID, update user DTO, so from here we will get old password, new password, name also will get from the body. Like if there are no name or not or and not new password, then obviously there are no data, so we have to show the please provide name or password. Now we have to check, we have to get the data with ID. If not exist, then you have to throw an error. Now if not old password, now we have to check if new password is there. That means what? Now that data came for update the password. So we have to check the old password and that user password both are same or not. Now I have to check both are same or not. If not match, then throw invalid old password, or you can say invalid current password. And then we have to hash the password. If everything fine, then we have to update the data. Like this is the ID, and then we have to pass the password. Done. Or if it is come from name, like if name is there, then we have to update the data on name, and then return success to message user updated successfully. Done. And in that result you can pass name, email, type, ID, those are. So this is the update name password. So Go to the postman, update name password. So we will get the ID from param, and in the body we will get the, so this is a patch method. So in this postman it will be patch, and we will get the ID from here. So go to the DB, grab the ID, paste it here. In the body it will be name, paste user updated, password. So there will be two password. First one is old password, that is the current one, and another is the new password. So first let's check for the name first. So getting this updated successfully. So in the DB let's check, the name is test user updated, so it's updated final, is working fine. Now check for the old password. So name will be the blank, or you can keep it as name, no issues. So old password is the, go to the login, this is the current password. And this is the new password, like test 123. So if I will use, click here, so updated successfully. Now try to log in. So you are not able to log in. Take the new password, paste it here, try to log in, you can log in. So update password is working fine. So save as, update user name or password. Now create another function, another controller, and the last controller, this is the find all, and from the find all we will inquiry, we will get the type, that will be type string, and this type we will pass here, call it, this type will be string, so another one is users, it will be get, type will be commerce. const users. So we got the all the users. So our user module has done. So now we are going to start. We are going to create a middleware, auth middleware. So what is the middleware? Middleware is nothing like when some route will call our call our controller. So before that we have to check that route is authenticated or not, and that route is authorization or not. So authenticated means that user should be logged in, and then that user can able to like do some operation. And another is authorization. That means like some operations are can be specified for a specific user role. Like admin can create some product, admin can check the order or status of all the customers, admin can get all the customers in a table or something. So this kind of operation can be done by only admin, but customer can't do. So before that, we have to check the authorization that which who are means from where that API got called. So that guy is admin or customer. So depends on the user role. We have to do the like entry permission. So for that, we have to create the middleware. So in this shared folder, we have to create first one folder called as middleware. So in this middleware, so this is the middleware. So in this middleware, create first file is auth.ts. So auth.ts. So where we are write the middleware authenticated middleware like auth middleware. So for that, first it should be injectable class. So injectable, and then we are going to create one class that is auth middleware that implements the nest middleware. So nest middleware is providing something, so we have to implement the nest in middleware. So first would be the constructor. So in the constructor we have to inject the user repository. So inject user repository. So private read only user repository, or we can say user DB here. So this is the basic structure. So we have to bring nest middleware as well as. Now here we have to create one function like we can create a function like async use, and this function will take some argument. First argument is request. That request will be imported from Express. That can be request, or we can say it can be any. Another is response. Not any is not required. Another is next. That will be next function. We have to bring the response also. So in this use function, what we have to do first, in this try catch block, if any error will come, then we have to throw the error. Throw error like new. One error will came by default with nest, that is unauthorized exception. So we have to throw the unauthorized exception, and error message will be like sorry for the step. So here we have to maintain error dot message. Now in this try block, what we have to do, first we have to take the token from the request token. So const token, so our token will come from request dot cookies and then dot auth token. So from the cookies we will get the token, and then we have to check if there are no token, then we have to throw the unauthorized exception, or we can say here missing auth token, and then we have to decode that token. So first decode data equal to, we have to now decode the data. So that data can be any, like we don't know, now we know like what type of data is there. So jwt dot verify we can use, or we can call that utility function like decode auth token, and here we have to pass the token. So from the decode data, that decode auth token we already built last time. So in this decode data we will get the ID. So we can do one thing, we can take the ID that can be string. So we got the ID. Now we have to get the data. So const user, so user db, we can do like get user details by ID. So I think it can be, will be fine by ID. We can do decode it. Okay, so now if we will not get the user, so if there are no user, then again we have to throw like invalid dot token, or we can say unauthorized. So, and or if user is there, then first we have to, like we password is not required, and we have to add user in that request, and then we have to call the next function. So this is the middleware. So our middleware is done. Now come to role. Role means authorization. So I already told like some route or some operation can be handled by only admin. So we have to check like which request came, that request came from admin or not. So for that here we have to create first one role decorator. So that role decorator we are going to use later for like validate the user. So role dot decorators. So this is custom decorators we are building. So role dot decorators .ts. So in this role dot decorator .ts, what we are going to do, first we have to specify the key. So first this is a roles key, that will be roles, and then we have to check like these roles will be, this string is actually user types. So user types already we know. So this user types, and then set metadata. We are setting the metadata with roles key and roles. So this is a decorator, and where we have to create another file that name is guard. So we are guarding that this coming from admin or not. So roles.guard.ts. So in this roles are decorated is I already told that user types. If you go to the user types, you can see only admin and customer. So two roles are there. So that roles here, this roles only acceptable admin or so admin and customer. So here it will be only the loops will be roles equal to admin and customer. So like that. Okay. So now this, with help of this decorator, we are gonna build the guard. What we wanna do again, first we have to inject table, we have to make it as inject table, so we can inject anywhere this guard. So first, so this is roles guard implements by can activate. So that can activate will come from NestJS. Now we have to make the constructor. So here we need reflector. So or we can do you can, if you check here like roles guard, the roles with authentication. So this is the roles guard. So you can take it from here also. Okay. So need reflector. Type will be reflector. The first async can activate. This is one function. It will take context as type of execution context. And here you have to check like const required roles will be the means reflector. We will get the roles, not this. So from the reflector we will get all and override roles key. That can be from get handler and get class. So from handler and from the class, what types we are getting, we override that types. And now we have to check if their required roles are not there. So return true. And we have to check the user from the request, because we already got the it's already set the user in the auth middleware. And we have to check required roles, what the required roles are there. Is it the is it match with the user type? Okay, so not like that. We can make it like user dot type dot includes role. This roles key will be bring from there. So this is the auth guard. So with help of this guard, we are gonna validate the authorization. Now we create the files. Now we have to use in this user.module. Like in this user module, we have to use this. So how we can use that? Now we have to use this. So go to the user module. So in this user module, how we can use that guard? So for that we need app guard. So in this imports, not imports, in this provider we can use the app guard. So in this provider, what are we gonna do? In here, first we have to provide the app guard. So app guard is basically a service which will help you to guard the authorization. Like guard any kind of guard you can add. So I am adding like auth guard. So this is the app guard. So that app guard is provided by NestJS core, and now you have to say like which type of guard you are going to use. So that class you have to say the class. So from our end, that class is this roles guard. So this roles guard I have mentioned over here. So I have to bring the roles guard. Okay. So our auth guard means like that way we can now use the auth guard decorator later in the controller. So that I will come later, but before that we have to add the middleware also. Auth middle also we have to add. So this is a user module. So that we have to implement because we are going to implement something in that user module. So implements with nest module. So in this nest module, what we're gonna do, we are gonna configure that user module. So configure, in this configure function, it will take we need the middleware consumer. So we will take one here variable that called name is consumer, and type will be middleware consumer. So in this configure method, we're gonna apply the middleware. So in this apply, so consumer dot apply, which middleware we have to apply? That is auth middleware. So we need auth middleware. We're gonna apply for which route we're gonna use for uh, user controller. So not the full route we need. Actually, if you go to the user controller, we need this thing for this find all, because only admin can see all the user list. So this is the get. So we can say here we can say for routes like that. Not full controller, we can use for a specific path or route. So path will be slash and method will be get. So middleware has added. Now we have to add a, so for fetch the users, so first that user should be logged in, another the user should be admin. So for that, if you go to the user module, no sorry, you have to go to the user controller. Here you have to add another decorator, that name is roles. So roles. So that decorator already we have built. So roles, and you have to pass the user type. So I am passing the as admin. So this user type you have to import. Okay, now let's test. So this is the last. This is the last API what we have built, that is fetch users by type. So if I now try to fetch, it will give cannot be properties. It is showing error from roles.guard. '19. Okay. Path will be users. Now let's check. We are getting message like cannot read properties of undefined reading reserved token. So it will be not the actually not the message. So we have to take the error first. If we are not getting the error, then we are taking the message. So now hit. So now we can get the message unauthorized. So because this your token is not. Now what are we gonna do? Already first we have to create a first. Okay, let's try with login user. So if we logged in that user, we will get the token. Okay, password invalid. We can do the forward password. So this is the new password. Try with the new password. So we will get the cookies. And now go to the fetch user types. So header. So here we can add the cookies. So I'm adding these cookies. Now if I will try, okay, it's not working. So we are not getting the cookies because we haven't used that cookies parser. So we have to use the cookie parser first, because in this postman, if you can see, the cookie is already added in the header. So go to the main.ts file. First we have to install the cookie parser first. So for cookie parser, install npm I cookie parser and types also. Now start. Now if we will hit the API. then we will not get the unauthorized. Now we will get some other thing because this is unauthorized, but the roles are not matched because this user role is customer. So if I will send this, oh sorry, I have to bring that. So import cookie parser from cookie parser, and that we have to use here tab.use. Now if you can say, we will get the forbidden resource. That means now cookie I got, and that route is authenticated, but the role is not authorized. So what we can do now, we can create a new user which type is admin. But if we will send the admin, then you will get not allowed to create admin. So for that, what we're gonna do, we're gonna do one thing. We have to pass the secret token. So take the token from here. This is the admin secret token, and in this user controller, check the key. Key is secret token. So pass the secret token, and now you are able to create the admin. So user already exists because with help of the with this email we already have one customer. So test admin test.admin.com. This is password. We can say the admin123. Now right. So you can say admin created successfully. Now we have to log in. So first we have to log out. Then we have to log in the user with this credential. Test admin. And password is admin123. So admin123. Now if I will send, so we will get new token. So we can save as for create admin. This we can save as login admin. Now if I will hit this, then you will get the result. So this is the roles admin. Now let's start with the product module. So for that we have to run this command. So now it will be products. This is REST API. So you will get the products. So entity is not required. Remove that entity folder. Now in this SRC folder, go to the shared folder. Schema, we have to create product schema. So products.ts. So in this product schema, what is required first? We have to export the class product, and here first value will be product name. This will be string, and prop will be required to. So like that way, product description, only description, then image, category, now then platform type, then base type, product URL, product URL, then download URL, then average rating, then feedback details, the type we will come the types one by one. Two details, image details, because for product image we are gonna use Cloudinary to store the product store the product image, and the Cloudinary will return Cloudinary will return a object with all the image details. So that also we are gonna store in the DB for future purpose. It's not required actually for that. Cloudinary also give the image URL also, so that image URL we are gonna store here in this image, but we will still store the image details as well as. So this will be record.string.any, or you can say record.string.any. Then another is requirement specification. So requirement specification, so it will be array of record string, then highlights, the string of array, or array of strings, sorry, not string of array, array of strings. Then another is required is stripe product ID. So why stripe product is required? Because we are gonna use stripe to create the product, so we need stripe product ID. So now here you can see this is the category is string, but we have to give the interface of the category. Like we are not going to accept any type of category, right? We have to give some specific category types. So that category types we have to mention like as a interface. So or as a enum you can say. So where export enum, that will be category type. First it will be like operating system, or it can be application software. So operating system, so it will be operating system or application software. Next, platform type. So export enum platform type. It can be Windows, Mac, Linux, then Android or iOS. Next export enum is base type. So that base can be desktop, not desktop, we can say like computer. Or mobile. And before that product schema, we have to define that schema. Timestamp will be true. So we have to mention this category type. Go to the category, and here you have to mention like enum will be category type dot application software and category type dot operating system. For platform also same. So enum platform type dot Android dot iOS dot Linux, Mac and Windows. For base type also enum base type dot computer and base type dot mobile. Now for SKU details and that feedback details. So for first come to feedback details. So what we're going to store in the feedback details, we have to store that like who which customer will give the feedback. So that customer details we're going to store, like what the comment they have, the customer is given, what is the customer ID, what the rating they have given. So like that, like this kind of data we're going to store in that feedback collection or sub document, you can say. So we have to create one sub document. So that all name is, we can say like feedbackers. So for that, here we can enter like export feedbackers for feedbackers. So it will be class, and it will be extend from mongoose documents this document, and we have to bring the mongoose. So in this class, what the data will be there? First, we have to this creator and updater also will be stored in this subdocument. So we can track like when that customer is given the given the feedback, and like when they have updated, if they will update the schema, update that, not update, you can store only the create. So what we are gonna do? We have to take the customer ID. So customer ID, that will be string. We will take the customer name. We will take the rating. So rating will be number, and we will take the feedback message. feedback, that will be a string. And this will go to, oh sorry, we have to create the subdocument schema also. So here we have to create the schema like export const feedback schema equal to schema factory and in this feedback details. So where in the feedback details we have to, like, this will be type will be feedbackers, which is the array of that object, and that type will be array of type will be feedback schema. Array of feedback schema. So for SKU detail also same, we have to maintain the SKU details, what kind of SKU data we are going to store, like SKU name, SKU price, SKU actually for if it will be like cloth e-commerce, then we're going to store the we are going to store the size like M, L, XL, etc. But for here we are gonna like give some SKU name, and depending on SKU name we're gonna give some validity, like for 1 year that product will be expired, for 5 years for lifetime, and for 1 year what is the price, for 5 years what is the price, and for like lifetime, and so on. So for that we have to maintain one another subdocument, that is SKU details schema. So for SKU details schema we have to create another subdocument like here. This is also a schema. For SKU we don't have to store any kind of ID and all those stuff. So we can do like export, not actual. So this is also schema. So this is SKU details. Here top will be like name. We can give SKU name. Then price. Then validity. So for validity we are going to store in days actually. So we are going to store in days format. Then we can use one flag variable, that is lifetime. So we can check, okay, this is for lifetime or not. So this will be boolean. Another prop will be like stripe price ID. So in this stripe we are going to create some multiple price for a singular product. So for a single product we are creating multiple price, so it will be stripe price ID also we have to store stripe price ID. Another is SKU code. So we are maintaining another kind of data, that is SKU code, and this is a optional. So this is a SKU details actually, and we have to create a schema for that. So export const SKU details schema. And this schema okay. So now here also we have to create the product schema also. So export const product schema equal to schema factory. So product schema has done. Now before start any API of an of product, so let's set up the all the necessary things like Stripe and another thing is Cloudinary. So for Cloudinary, it's a very easy. So you have to go to the Cloudinary. So this is the Cloudinary. If you go to the Cloudinary, this is Cloudinary, and you just log in and you will get again you will get the API key. So that we have to store uh, in this project. So in this config folder, actually you have to store the Cloudinary. So go to the config and here we have to store Cloudinary details. So for my case, I already took from the Cloudinary. So this is my Cloudinary store, Cloudinary configuration. You will get the cloud name. So for my case, this is my cloud name. This is my API key. This is my API secret. This is my folder path. Actually, where I want to store means initially where I can store the initially we have to store the folder like file, then we have to upload, and then we have to do the rest of the things. And this is the public ID prefix. So what the image we are going to store, so that image name should be start with dgprods, then and that is the big size is 400 into 400. And this is the folder path in the Cloudinary. So in the Cloudinary, I have created one folder, name is DigiZone, and in that inside that I have created another folder that name is products. So this is the folder path where I have to store in the Cloudinary. So this is the cloud-based storage where we can store the Cloudinary image. So if you log in, you will get some things. So if you go to here, so you will get the things. Another thing, Stripe. So you have to log into the Stripe. And then from the Stripe, you will get Stripe publishable key and secret key. That easily you will get. First you have to sign in, and from the developer dashboard, you will get the Stripe keys. So I have logged in Stripe dashboard. So in this Stripe dashboard, if you'll go to the developers, you have to on the test mode first, and then you have to go to the developers. From the developers, go to the API key, and in this API key, you will get the publishable key and secret key. And you have to copy these two key and store in the configuration file. So that also I already took. So this is my Stripe configuration. This is my publishable key. This is my secret key, and this is the successful URL. Like when payment got success, then means where it will be redirected. So this is for my case is 3000 order success page. If order got cancelled or failed, anything is happened, then it will redirect to the order cancel page. And this is waybook secret because we have to handle the waybook like when payment has done or checkout session has completed. After that, it will like Stripe will hit one API our end. That API will be in our end. So this is a waybook secret. So for that we have to handle the waybook secret. So this is the thing you will get from the Stripe developer dashboard, everything. So this is the Cloudinary dashboard where you have to log in. After login, you will get this type of dashboard. And here I'm in free plan. So you guys can also try the free plan. Free plan is enough to create any kind of like side project for learning purpose. So from here you will get the API all the APIs. So you have to copy the APIs and take the thing. So cloud name, API key, API security, all the things you will get from here. And then like then if you go to the cloud name, then if you go to media library, here you can create a folder. You have to click this button like add folder. So click create a new folder. So I have created one new folder called as DigiZone, and here you can go, and there another folder is there. So products, so path will be DigiZone/products, and then you will get all the product images here. So let's move to the code. Let's install all required packages. Like we already saw, like we need Stripe to create the Stripe product, or Stripe price ID, and we need Cloudinary to store the images in the cloud. So for that, Cloudinary is providing one package that we have to install and use that. So npm I Cloudinary. So install Cloudinary. Then we have to install Stripe, and also NestJS also provides some means you will get NestJS Stripe, like Stripe package for dedicated for NestJS. So we are going to install this one also. So NestJS Stripe, install these two package for Stripe purpose. Now our product schema has done. Now we have to create another file that is called products.repository. So product.repository.ts, and structure will be kind of same. So that is a kind of a service which will communicate with the database. So that can be injectable. So injectable, and then export class product service, not product service, it will be product repository. Now go to the product folder. Here we have to create all the routes. So first is the create. Creates means it will create the product, but this product can be created. So after that it will return 201 status code, because maybe like you guys don't know. Let's like actually if something we have created in the DB, then the success response will be that 201. The status code will be 201, not 200. So we are going to use HTTP code as 201. You have to bring the HTTP code also. Next, that create can be done only by admin. So where we have to use a roles decorator. So roles will be the user type dot admin. Now this is the product service dot detail. So now we have to set the create product detail also. So in this product create detail, what we need, as per the database schema, we need all the things like product name, description, image, platform type, all the things. So product name, description, image, category, then platform type, base type, then we need product URL, upload URL we need, then requirement specification, requirement specification, that will be array of record string. So record string array, this is the array of, then highlights, then school details, feedbackers is not required now because feedbackers that feedbacker data will not be created by admin. Images, so image already I have to, the image is optional actually. That image will be not done by like means this image can become or not, so that's why it's optional, because first we have to create the raw product, then we are gonna upload the product image. So this is the flow. So but if you wanna create the image, means if you have the image URL, so you can pass and it will create. So that's why this is optional from our case. And another field is image details, that is also optional. And then that Stripe product ID. So then the Stripe product ID, it's a string. Now we have to validate the data. So these are kind of a like what I can say, these are kind of a not empty string, like we can't, this is a required string. So product name, so we have to bring the this one, then description, image is optional, image details are also optional, categories are required, platform type is required, base type is required, product URL is required, but URL is also a required field, specification is also required, that is also required. School details for now optional, because that school up first a raw product will be created, then school is created by different like different. But again I'm like saying we can give the support, like if someone is give the school details also in that product create API, so we can accept that and we can create a product with the all the school details. So this is a not an option, this is an optional field, so is optional. And this should be array, so is array, and this is also array, this is also array, and type port ID is also optional because this will be system generated, because from our like from the backend we are gonna call the Stripe to create a new product, and Stripe will give like give it back to as a response the Stripe product key, and that Stripe product key we are gonna store in the DB. So this is a like optional. Why we are keeping it as optional, like for now, like we can set it in the DTO later. This is one thing. Another thing, if you have Stripe product key, like someone has already created the Stripe product key, so we are not going to create a new Stripe product key from our end, like from our the backend. So we're going to keep that product key and store it in the DB as well. So we are not going to verify that is a valid or not. So this is a kind of optional, so you can say this is optional, like this is also optional, this is also optional. But for base type, category and platform type, we have to use the isNum. So isNum is enum. So in the enum we have to provide the array of category. So this is the array of category type. Same now we have to provide for platform type also. So this is the platform type. And this is the base type. So our DTO is ready. Now go to the product controller, and here we have already created like create body is this one. So go to the create. So in that create, we already got the DTO first in this try catch block. So error, if we will get any type of error. Now first we have to create the product in Stripe, because what data are gonna come in the service, so that is already validated with the like our DTO. Now we have to create a product in Stripe. So create a product in Stripe from here. So before that we have to check if create product DTO as that Stripe product key. If not or blank, then only we're gonna create the product in Stripe. So for that we need Stripe. We have to bring the Stripe. So for that one function is there, that is inject Stripe. So in this constructor we have to create the constructor. So in this constructor we need something first. We have to inject the product repository. So inject product repository. That will be, you can say, product DB. Then you have to inject the Stripe. So inject Stripe. That already we have installed one package called as NestJS Stripe. So from there we can import inject Stripe. So, and this is will be the Stripe client. Type will be Stripe. Now we can use this type client ID to create a product. So you can say const created product in Stripe equal to await this dot Stripe client ID dot products dot create, and we have to pass product name and description. That this will be the async. In this counter also it should be async. And whatever the product will be came, so we gonna keep it in here. Now we are going to create the product in our DB. So const created product in DB is created. So and then we have to return message product, not product, it will be result access true. Now this create is not there in the repository. So go to the product repository. Here this will be injectable first, then you have to inject the model. So in this constructor you have to inject the model. So inject inject model, that will be products dot name first inject model. We can use create product detail here also. We can create like await and return created product. So this is the created product is done, but one thing we haven't done, that is like we have already have used like Stripe client, so but we have to configure the Stripe. So go to the product module. So in that module we have to do something. First we have to we already have the product schema, but we have to create the collection, or we have to means link the schema with the DB. For that we have to import. So imports, in that import we have to use mongoose module, and that will be like for feature name will be products name. So products dot name, and schema will be product schema. But here also we are gonna validate the user, right? We have to validate means we have to use the authentication middleware. You have to pass the authentication middleware, then you have to pass the authorization middleware. So for that we need also user schema also. So for that another module is required for user. So users dot name and then user schema. Now here also we have to set up the Stripe module. So Stripe module, dot for root. It will be accept first API key. That API key will be the Stripe secret key. Already in the config, we already set up Stripe secret key. This one. So we have to bring from the config. So it will be Stripe secret key, and then API version we have to maintain. Like we are gonna maintain not this one, 01, 22, latest one. Now I have to bring config. So import config from config. Now in this product module, we have to use middleware also. So implements nest module. So implements nest module. Here we have to configure. We have to configure consumer equal to, that will be middleware consumer, and this consumer apply for product route. So we're going to apply for all the routes, but before that we have to exclude some routes because we are not going to apply all the things. So apply what we're going to apply. We're going to apply auth middleware. So auth middleware we're going to apply, but not for all. We want to exclude something that will be later. We are not going to use now. Like we're gonna so because we already we have now we have create the okay, now for now remove this, we will come later. So this is the thing. Next, for authorization purpose, we have to give the providers also. So first one, provide product service, another is product repository. That also you have to require. User repository also is required, because in this middle we're going to use user repository. Then for provide AppGuard, and use class will be auth, not auth middleware, it's roles guard. So maybe yeah, everything is done. Let's start. npm start save. Okay, so go to the products schema, and here we have to define image details. Where is that? So here we have to define the type. So this type will be like object. Now done. Okay, before that, we're gonna do another thing, that is, in this config we're gonna create the app prefix. So what is app prefix? Like, actually this prefix we're gonna use for all the API URL, that is API/v1 for now. So go to the main.ts, so it will be /API/v1. Now go to the main.ts, and here app.use, and here not use, we can set the global prefix. So set global prefix will be like this one, but we will bring from config. So config dot get, this will be the app prefix. Sorry, this will be at the parent. Now let's change all the API/v1 test customer 3 3. It is getting created. So change all the APIs URL we are and add API/v1. Now create a new request, and URL will be, copy the URL from here. This will be post, this will be products, and body. So in that body, first will be product name, that you can set a space product. Then description, this is the page description. Then platform type, or we can say category. It can be operating system or application software, so I can give application software. Then page type, it is computer. Platform type, it will be like Windows. Then product URL, product URL, it will be like https demo url.com. Then we can give download URL. Download.com. Then highlights. This will be the array of string. So paste highlight 1, paste highlight 2, paste highlight 3, then requirement specification. This will be array of object. So array of object, so you can say like RAM equal to 16 GB. Processor will be minimum like above i3. We can say storage will be 15 GB. So like that. So this is a basic product structure. So now if we will hit this, so it will throw missing auth tokens. We have to pass the token. But before the pass the token, we have to log in the admin. So I will log in the admin. So I got the cookies. Now if I will try, let's say image is required is showing. So, but image is not required actually. Why it is showing? Need to check. So it is showing like path image is required validation error. Okay. So go to the create product DTO, check the image. Image is showing optional. So why it is showing as required? Okay, here it's showing image is required. So it is not. For now, this is optional. Or we can do one thing. For image, here we search like no image available. Like that, we can search a image like this image or this image. We can take any image. I'm not getting a good image. I will keep this not, it's a very big. Okay, I can keep this one. So we have to take this image URL. I will take this image URL and default I can put as this image URL. Now let's hit the API. So now you can see we have already created one product. So this is a message, this is a success, true. So this is a result, product name, URL type, highlight, all the things. Now you can see new things. This is Stripe product ID. That means in our Stripe the product got created and it's written product information. I mean it's created product information. From that we got the ID and we and we stored in the DB. And if you visit the DB, so you will get the data. Now, so now save this. In this collection, create another folder that is products. Here, create raw product. Now let's go for update product. This will be the update. And that update also can be done by admin. So roles will be admin, and that update product detail will be the same as create product detail. So we are not gonna create any other detail, because what data is coming to storage product, same kind of data we need to update that product. So we are storing we are using create product detail, and this is the update, and we have to send that ID. That ID is a string, and same, this is a create product detail. In this type as block to the error. So here we can give name as a create product, and this name we're going to use here. Here we can name is at product update product, and this name we're going to use here. This will be a sync operation. Now in this update product, what we're gonna do, first we have to check that what ID is coming, that is exist or not. So const product exist. So I add this dot product service dot find one. This we have to create. So async if product exists. If not exist, then we can throw the error. If exist, then we can update the data. Just find one and update. Go to the repository, async and here we can pass as new true. So we return that updated object. Now another thing, after this one we have to update in the Stripe also. So add this dot Stripe client dot products dot update, and we have to give the Stripe port ID and update product detail. If that create product detail, if that update product detail has not that Stripe Stripe product ID. Then only you are going to update, else not. Then you have to return like product updated successfully, result this one, success 2. So same, so we wanna copy this, so duplicate this tab, not duplicate, we can call it from here only. So this is a patch, we already have the ID, so take this ID, product ID, pass this ID, and in body we can say this is the updated. Description we can also update it, and I can say RAM will be like 5 GB, not 5 GB, 4 GB. Processor will be i5, store will be 25 GB, 35 GB. Now if we'll try to update, receive unknown parameters. Okay. Oh, so from Stripe actually it's coming the error actually. For update also, we have to only name and description. So now it's, you can see it's updated. But requirement specification is not getting updated. Why? Okay, some mismatch happened. Now it's getting updated. We have to save as update your product. So create an update as done. Now let's do the another thing, that is get the product, get all the products, and delete the product. So for now these three is required, like find all the products. First find all the products. Okay, no, first find one product. So this find one product, this will be like by ID only. Find one product, this will be async. Will be async find one product, this is string. So first we have to take the product. If not product is not exist, then throw the error. If exist, then we have to send the product. So if we call as get, so we fetch the product. Save as fetch raw product by id. Okay, do one thing. What is the return is coming is a promise, so and it's a product. Not actually, so it's a first message, then result product, then success boolean. So this is a return type. So this is a return type of this one also. Return type of update product as well as now come to remove a product. So async remove. Remove product. This will be a async. And here we have to like maintain this, like we have to check product, if product exists, then if not exist, then we are throw the error. If exist, then we have to find one and delete, and we have to send the message product deleted successfully and success is true, and result will be blank. And this we have to make it so async find one delete query. Now let's try the delete. So this is the thing. Here we can call the delete method, and if we will hit the API, then it will be deleted. So product deleted successfully. So save, delete raw product by ID. So delete also done. Now come to the find all. So in this find all, we will get the actually query. So depends on the query, we have to find or we have to fetch the data from the database. So like from the already we already saw as in that intro, like in that project actually we're gonna build some filters, some sorting. So all the things are coming via query. So we will take the we will take all the details like filter details from the query, and we will filter the data and send it back to the as a response. So as a get method, we will take like query and in this query we will get the query details, or you can say query, and we will create one like DTO, like get query DTO, get query product DTO, you can say get query product, get product query DTO. And this product DTO we have to create. So here get product query DTO .js. So here what we need, first we have to transform the data. So like export class the first will be a search. So we will get any kind of search string, then we have to search the string. Then category, then we will get platform type, then base type. Yes, done. And this product DTO we need this controller, and all products async, it will be query get product query DTO. So in this get all products, here what we have to do, okay, do one thing. Another thing already we saw in that project, like we're gonna call the product API, like means at the home page, or we can say at the dashboard. First page is called as a dashboard or home page, whatever. So in that, from that home page we're gonna uh, take some specific product only to show the in the home page, not all the products. So for that, here we can maintain one like home page. So it is from home page, then depends on the flag we are gonna filter the data. So like first from here we can say let call for home page. So by default it is false, but if that query dot home page, then we can say yeah, this is for call page home page. Now we are gonna create another not we need actually another package, that is QS to M or query to MongoDB. It's called as query string to MongoDB. So we already get the query string, so we have to format that string or object to in a MongoDB format, like what MongoDB is accepting, like if that is less than equal to then LT, then greater than equal to GTE, or we also fetch the limit, skip value, limit value, and we have to generate the links like pagination links, like after which page it will redirect, so like that way. So for that we have to install QS to Mongo. So npm I QS to Mongo, and that we have to bring it here. Now here we have to take the data, so const data is equal to, so it will be like keyword to inquiry, and this will return actually not data, this will return actually criteria, so we can spread here only, and it will return options for pagination, and also it is return links. Now first we have to check if that is called from home page, then we will get the data by group by. So find product with group by. Else we have to find the product. Now criteria and options. We can do another thing like if products dot length is equal to greater than 0, then we can say product failed, else we can say no product found. Same message we can use here. But here result will be some different. It will also give the metadata. What metadata? Like pagination, all the details, like skip value. So skip will be options dot skip or 0, limit find will give the products and total value, total product count. So total, then pages, that will be limit by this value, and then links. All links, this is actually function, then slash, then total. So this is the return format, so we have to return the in the metadata, and after that we have to return the products. So in the metadata we are going to send the skip value, limit value, total, page count, number of what the pages. Now we are in number 1 page or 2 or 3 page number, we are gonna send the links. So this method actually return a links. This is a function, and in this function we have to pass the path first and the total product count. So it will generate the links to next page link or previous page link. These two links it will generated by this package, so it is easier to like generate. Now first go to the get find product with group by. So here async find product by group by, so where this is a function, and This is the what I can say. Uh, this is the group by. It's fine. Okay, not we're gonna not do this kind of group by. Already we saw we need latest product and top rated products. So we have to filter like that. So how we can filter? We're gonna use in that aggregation. We're gonna use facet. So what is facet? Facet means you can do two type of aggregation in a single operation. So first is latest product. We need latest product like, and short will be like created at, because this is latest product, and limit will be not 10, first limit will be 4, and top rated product, or we can say top sold product, will be short by sold, not this, not, it will be top rated product actually. So top rated product will be the average rating. We will get the average rating by 1, and limit will be 8. And we return the product. So this is one thing. Another function is find. So async find query. So in this find, whatever we can do, we already have the query that will be record and string, record string any, and options will be the parse options, parse options. So this parse option actually we have to bring from options to Mongo. And here like options dot short, if options or short is there then fine, if not there then by default we are gonna sort by id. So id equal to 1. The past options. Next is skip. So options dot limit will be limit, or not 10, it will be 12. Then options will dot skip. Then you have to check if that query has search value. Then we have to use the regex. Then we have to aggregate the products. So const products equal to add this product model dot aggregate. First will be match. Match will be the query. Then short options dot short, then as well as keep and limit. So keep and limit. And now count the product, like counts total product count, and return this. Now start this. We get the product, then we will get all the products. So you can see limit is 12, total is 1, pages are 1. So let's create some more new product. So test product 2, test product 3. Now if we search, if we will get the data. Now you can see we got 3 data. Now search with, so it's here search equal to test product 2. So now we got one data, that is test product. Now we can do the filter platform type. Platform type equal to Windows. So we will get the all the 3 products. So create some another like Linux. Create a new product. So here we can pass as Linux. Now we got one product, that platform type is Linux. So it is working fine. So this is the, so we can save as fetch products, fetch raw products by filtering, by filter. Now okay, another thing, we can pass another option, that is home page 2. So home page equal to true. If that value is there, then we can see latest product we got, top product maybe we didn't, top product also we got as a 4 because all the values are now 0, average criteria. So we can save as fetch raw products for home page. Now go to the product module. So in that product module, I already told that we are not gonna authenticate all the routes. So we are not gonna authenticate it now 2 routes. First is get product by ID and get products, all the find all products, because those are open. So here we need like exclude, and this exclude we are gonna, we will 2 route actually is not required. So first route will be, the path will be products. So we have to first we have to take the app prefix and products, and that method will be http methods, oh no sorry, request method dot get. This is the first. Same is for ID, so slash ID. So for this 2 route we are not gonna use the validation. So if you go to the fetch raw product by ID, go to the header, and in this cookie we don't require actually this cookie, but cookie is still there, we can't delete because it's set in the header. But if you not okay, we can do the logout. So we are doing the logout user, so logout successfully. Now if I will try to create product, it will not gonna create, it will throw the error missing auth token, unauthorized. And but if you will try to fetch the product by ID, so we can fetch, the product does not exist, okay, fetch the all the products, but we got the error message like product does not exist. That means we reach to the service. Let's try to fetch products for home page, that we can see fetch products by filter, that also we can. Okay, now move forward to upload a product image. So for that, go to the product controller, and here this will be post, and we can say that /id then /image, this route, and roles will be the admin only can upload the image, and this is the upload product image like this. So now the scenario is like we need one file interceptor. That file interceptor is provided by NestJS. With help of this file interceptors, we're gonna actually accept the image from the file storage path. So that interceptor will upload the image in this your file storage path. Okay, and from that we will upload the image, and then we will remove from there. So how we can do? So first, we have to use interceptor. So let's do the thing. So first we need, here actually we're going to use interceptor. Use interceptor. In this use interceptor, what we're going to do, we need another interceptor that is called file interceptor. And that image name will be the product image. And destination will be uploads. But this destination will take from the config. And then that limits, we can give some file limits also. That is, we can say not like that way. We can say this is actually 5 MB. We can say like that way. That means 3 MB. 3 MB is allowed to upload. So we have to bring this config. So now this file storage path, go to the default.json. Here we have to give the file storage. So we will store the file storage means at the route, means before that root folder, before the root path. So and that folder name called as uploads for now. So if that is not there, then it will create that folder and it will upload that image on that folder. Now if you go to here, now what file is getting uploaded with help of this file interceptor, you will get that uploaded file here. So we need another decorator, that name is uploaded file. And this is file is parameter decorator. And we have to pass this file and ID and file. Now we have to create this this method in this service. So async so it is accepting ID and that file. So we can say extra smarter file, or we can say any, whatever, and this will also return any. 'Cause Here this is try catch block. It will throw error. And in this try block, what we gonna do, we're gonna do one thing. First, we have to check that product is exist or not. Like first we have to check, or we can, yeah, so const product equal to await this dot find one. If not exist, then we can say throw error. But if, another thing, if product already has that image, so product dot image details, so that image is actually we are going to store in that image details field actually Cloudinary response, whatever the what the response is sent, like we will send the file to the Cloudinary, so Cloudinary is give the response, so that response we're going to store in the image details. So but you have to check that image details as public public ID. So this is a public ID. If that image has the public ID, then we have to destroy that image from the Cloudinary. Then we can create a new. So for the Cloudinary, what we can do, first we have to bring the Cloudinary at the first. So import Cloudinary from the Cloudinary, and in this constructor we have to configuration the Cloudinary like that. So we have to version 2 we are going to use configuration, then we have to provide the cloud name, we have to provide the cloud name, API key, secret, API secret, all the things. So now here we're going to destroy this. So if exist, so if exists, then we are gonna destroy. So for that destroy command is await this Cloudinary uploader dot destroy, and we have to send the ID, and we can pass another flag that is that we can say invalidate true. So it will destroy the exist image. Now we will move forward to upload a new image. So const response of Cloudinary equal to await Cloudinary dot upload. This is the file path, this is the folder, that folder already we have, is where we're gonna store which folder. Then this is the public ID, that prefix, public ID name is actually image name, so that will be the prefix, and then date now, this is a string, and we're gonna use the date now. This is the public ID, and then transformation, we're gonna use the transformation also, means we set the width, height, and all quality also. So for that we are gonna set the width, we also set the height, and we also crop will be filled, and quality will be automatic. And after that we have to unsync that file. So file, so we are going to use fs module, so fs dot unlink sync, and then file dot path, and this fs we have to bring. So okay, already is there, we can use unsync directly. So unsync the file path, what we have to, what actually uploaded in our local storage, and then we have to update that product image. So find one and update id image details. Image details will be your like that cloudinary response. So and then image will be your the secure URL. This is the updated product. Not need to store them in the variable. Now another thing, in that type also we can upload the image in this type. So await this dot stripe client dot update, then we can say images. So like that way we can, and in that return we can send the message image upload successfully, success true. So in that result we can set it as a secure URL. And here promise not only any, we can message string, success boolean, and result string. So now it is done. Now move to Postman. Here we can take like Windows 11. We can store this image or this image. So open image. I'm downloading that image in this, renaming as test, and from the Postman take this ID, keep it here, and give image, and in that body it will be form data, and name will be the product image, and this will be like file. You have to select the file, this one, and now hit. So this will be like what method I have used. Post. So this is the post. Okay, unauthorized. So I have to log in. So login admin. I'll have logged in. Now try to upload image. It's taking time. So it's give the result as a secure URL. So copy this and let's check it's actually uploaded or not. Copy this URL and paste it in the browser. If we saw that image in that URL, that means it's uploaded. Yeah, it's uploaded, and also its height and width is like resize that, or we can say it's cropped. So it's uploaded, it's fine. So we save that. Upload product image by ID. Done. So last time when we built find one product, means find a particular product, that time actually we can send some related product details also with that. That means what I want to say, like when we are trying to visit a product, so that time this is a one product details, like here one product image, product name, and all those details are there. So with that, when we are like client try to fetch these product details, that time we can send like at least 4 related products. So in this product we can show where like these are the product related, like same category wise product we can say. So for that, what we can do, like go to that controller, find one, and here this is a product, and another is like we can say like const related products. And we can send it here. So we can do it is also accepting like some options also, so we can pass some options. Okay, option limit, short, skip. Okay, so we can send limit over there. So limit will be 4. So limit will be 4. There will be no position, all data we need, and that short is by default it is blank. We not require any short, and skip is 0. So this is the product data. So we can share it here. Okay, we can do here it is returning with count also, so count is not required actually. Okay, we can make another function, find related products. This will be like take only query. Here we can send like products aggregate match and sample size is 4. Now we can call this one. This is not required. This will return products. This will return product. So we can say like output equal to this one. Oh, sorry. So result will be like for now we can say one is first is product, and this, and we can pass it here also, no issues. So now this is done. Now let's move to the update. Not update. Actually, we are going to update the product with the SKU details. So, but as a client, it will be create a new SKU details. So for that, so for product we have already built product image. We have already built create product, update product, find all product, find one product, update particular product, remove a product also have done, but we have to modify something over there later. because we have to like we are going to store the license for all the products. So we have to, when we are going to remove a product, that time we also remove all the license of the product. And then update product. Now it is come to update product with the SKU details. So SKU details is try to update. So go to the products controller. Now here we can create another method, that is post products, not product, sorry, product ID, because we need product ID for how we can like take that for which product we have to update the SKU details, and that SKUs. This is the API, and it also like also applicable for admin. Then create products too, or we can say not create, we are going to handle all create and update with one function or one API. So update products too. So it will take product ID and it will take body. So this is the product DTO. We can say product DTO only. So this DTO we have to create. So let's create. Where is the DTO folder? Here in the DTO folder, create a file like product DTO. So export class SKU details. So in SKU details, or you can say SKU details DTO also, you can say, oh no, we already defined the name, that is product DTO. Not product DTO, sorry, product SKU DTO it only. So in this product SKU DTO, what is required field or what is not, like SKU name will come. So SKU name, price, then quantity, then validity, then it's a lifetime or not. So one boolean also is required. Then stripe price ID, then SKU code. That SKU code actually is nothing, it's actually kind of an ID, but we are not going to use that mongoose object ID. We can create our own ID. So it's a string, but this is optional and this is also optional. Now another thing, so it's actually accepting it should not be empty, and it's a string. So it's string, it's empty. So and also it's not a number, so it's not empty and not a number. It should be a number. For quantity also same, variety also same, and boolean it is also kind of same. It's not actually, it's a boolean. So this boolean, and those are optional, so we can say like it's optional. And this is optional. But now interesting thing is like API can call create SKU details one by one, or they can create a multiple in a single hit. So if they want to multiple, so we have to accept multiple, that means array of data. So this is an object, so you have to accept array of objects. So for that we have to create another, so export class product to DTO array, and this will be, it should be, it's not empty, and it should be is array, and you have to validate all the values, so it should be validate nested, so we can use validate nested. So this will be also, we have to bring and this array minimum size also we can validate, like array minimum size should be 1, so minimum size is 1, and then type will be, so the type is not required. Now product detail, so this is the school, but so we are going to accept array of object, means this one we are going to accept, and this will check one by one, so each true, that means it will check all the nested one by one, validate, and it will throw the validation message. So in this controller we are not going to use this, we are going to use this. Now return await update products to, this will be async, okay. So update products to, first it will accept the product ID, and next is we can say SKU details, and it will be product SKU details. So it will be on try catch block. In this catch, we have to throw the error, and in this try block, first we have to check that product is exist or not. So product, if not product, then we have to throw the error, product does not exist. If the product is there, then we have to generate the SKU code, that is kind of like unique value. So it will be like we have to generate like with that date now, means upon current timestamp, and that some math random value we can, with help of this two we can create a SKU code. So that will be math dot random, it will give the random value, and we have to convert to string is 36 character, and then we have to take the 2 to, not 2, we can take 2 to 5, and with that we can add date now. Now we have to because already we have we said like we are going to accept array, so but now for we have to now create every SKU details to the Stripe. So for Stripe, those are kind of a price of an product, so you have to create all the price for a like for Stripe, for a particular product to the Stripe. So for that we have to run a loop on that SKU details of array of SKU details, and it will take one by one, and it will create one by one price idea, and it will generate a, like you can say array of object, then whole array of object we can, like we can call one DB call, and in the DB call only we can update in once, like at a time. So for that we can run a loop. So for like we can say let I equal to 0, then school details dot length. So this is the school details. So if you visit here, so you can see this is key name is school details. So that means we can say this is data, and that data dot school details, data dot school details of I equal to school code. So we are not gonna first we can call to the Stripe to create a new price for this product or for this school. So we can say like const price, we can say our Stripe price details equal to await, then we can say this dot Stripe line dot prices dot create, and then we can first unit amount means price, we have to send the price in a like in passive. So for our case 1 INR equal to 100 paisa. Currency will be not USD, it's a INR. Then product will be the type product ID, and we can send some metadata for future purpose. So we can send some metadata like we can send school code, we can send like actually we can send all the value, like it's a lifetime or not. So you can say it's a lifetime, okay, but we can convert it as a string. Then we can say product ID, this is our product ID. So product, we can say this product ID. Price, product name, this will require maybe later, so we can keep it for now. And product image, and after metadata it's done. So this will create a new price for an product, and then we have to update the price ID. But this operation will work when this will not carry the price ID. So we have to check if this price ID will be blank, then only we will do this stuff, else not. Done. Now we can update the data. So find one and update ID, code details, done. And now we can send some like we can return the message for us to update successfully, success to result null. Done. Now in this find one and update, so this is the update query actually. So we can do one thing, we have to like push one by one, not all the data, because we have to push, not we have to replace. Because like if someone like gives something and then after they have to update, so that time it will be like replace the data. like now in the DB maybe three data are there, or three school details are there for a particular product. After that someone is try to one, so one data came and it replaced with three data to one data. So so we can see like two data are lost. So avoid that, we have to push the data, we can't replace the data, so this will replace the data. So for push purpose we can use push. Here on we can use push, and now we can push the data. So this is school details, and data dot school details, done. So this is for create actually this is actually create a school. We can here we can mention like this is for create a school for an part, create school details, not n, create we can say create one or multiple to foreign product. Now come to update. So if someone is trying to update one individual school details, for that what would be done, or what will be the issue? So for that we can't do this thing, because for updating individual school we need product ID and school ID both. So school ID for our case this is a, like we can say school code actually. So in this product controller here we can create another, we can say now put. So school ID admin, school by ID param, school ID body. Now in this case body will be singular one, means object. So if you go to here, so you need this one, because now only object will come. Now create this service here. This will also create try class block or show error. Now first we have one check, we have to obviously have to add that this product is exist or not. So const product, if not exist then you have to throw the error. Now okay, sorry, actually I forgot to like zoom the zoom the editor, so sorry for that. So now we have to do one thing, like if not product is not there then you have to obviously we are throwing the data. Now we have to find the school details, like with the school ID, what school ID is coming, that is actually updating the data. So we have to find like that way. If school is there, if school is not there, then obviously we have to again throw the data. Now we have to check what school details price are coming, and the data means what price are coming in that from that payload, from the API payload, and what the price are there in that DB, both are same or not. Why we are doing? If both are different, then only we are hitting to the stripe to say or say to update the price in that stripe. If not, then why is not required to call the stripe again. So for that only we have to check data dot price equal to who dot price, sorry, not equal to, then only we can hit the type. So we can say, so it is update, so we can say the update data, like but we can't use this update because Stripe is not allowed to update the amount or currency, all those stuffs. So for that, what we can do, we have to create a new price again. So what we can do, we can create again unit amount, currency, product, metadata, who code we have to pass, lifetime or not, product ID, price ID, and at the end we have to give like data dot stripe price ID. Now we have to update the data. So this API also we have done. Now let's check both the APIs. Now if we try to fetch the products, we can see, okay, we have to run the project. So it is running fine. If we try to fetch, so okay, missing auth token. So let's try to log in again with admin. So go to the login admin, try to log in. So we logged in, we got the cookies. Now if we try to fetch the products, so like fetch all products, we can see products we can fetch. We remove this one. So we will take this product. So our API is first one, this one, product ID, then schools. So products, then product ID, then schools. And this is post method. It's accepting the post method. It is accepting array of school details. So accepting array of school details. So school name, price, quantity, validity. So school name like we can say silver. price we can say 250. Quantity like 5. Okay, quantity is required. Quantity is not required. Validity is for, can say, for 1 year. So we are gonna convert it to days. So 1 year means 365 days. So if we are gonna giving the validity, then there are no meaning to give lifetime to. So lifetime will be like false. Yeah, done. So only this 4 data is required. Now let's hit the API. So we can see product updated successfully. First we're gonna store this one. Create one of multiple food for an product. Now fetch with this ID. Let's see it's stored or not. So fetch raw product by ID. So we can replace this ID. So now you can see in the SKU details, SKU name, price, validity, lifetime, Stripe price ID is there. That means it's also creating the Stripe also, SKU code, and that ID. Now if we will try to create more two, like more two means silver is done. Now we can create gold. This price is 500 and this is like 700 days. This one, another one we can say diamond. Those are kind of plan name. This is like 2500 and there are some random number for validity because lifetime will be true for this case. So when we are trying to give the lifetime true, we can give any type of validity number, but we can, in that client we can like generate some like maximum number and we can send for like normal is for data consistency. But first we have to check the lifetime true or false. If that is true, then we are not gonna check the validity. If it is false, then only we will take the validity value. So now if we try to send, then previously SKU was 1. That means for this product that SKU was 1. Now it will become 3 because now we are going to store 2 more details for that product. So we have updated. So you can see product SKU updated successfully. Now let's try again to fetch the data. Now if we can see, like silver was there, now we have stored gold and diamond. That's why we have used push method on that DB operation, not the replace. So in that time, if we have used that replace method, that time what happened, like if like that silver will got deleted and it will replace with these two data. So this is done fine. Now let's try to create another one, that is SKU ID. So this is a product ID. Now we can update this gold. So this is SKU ID. This is a product. Like let's check the route. Product ID, SKUs, then SKU ID. So product ID. Sorry, product ID, SKUs, then SKUs ID. So then SKU ID. So this is the SKU ID, and this is the product ID. Now this will accept the object. So it's accept the object, and this is a gold. So gold value was 500. Now I'm making 550, and value was 7. So I will make 710. Let's see it's getting updated or not. So Okay, 404 is showing. Oh, that's method is put. So we got one error from Mongoose. Okay, we can do one thing. Here it's trying to update, so find one by update. But before that, we can do one thing like we will create one data of because we can't set all the data particularly, so we can do one thing, we can individual we can update the data. So like data for update, by default it is blank. So far we are looping in the data, and in the check if that is data and key is there, then we can like say like this is the key. We have to particular set the key and update the data, and then we are gonna like check and set like that. Now let's try. Okay, create and conflict is showing. Same error is coming. Let's see why that error is coming. Okay, we are updating the data, so this will be the set. Now let's check. So we can see like products go update successfully, that means running fine. Now if we will fetch the data, so this is silver, this gold. So gold you can see now price became 550 and validity is became 710. That means it's working perfectly fine. And update add value is also getting like there, so we can recognize like when that update is happened or not. So we have to save this one also. Update is true for a product. Now it's time to store all the license keys for individuals. So for that, what we can do, in the shared folder, okay, sorry, we have to visit here, and in the shared folder we can create another schema that is called license.cs. So here what is required, I just keep something like video. So what is required, that is like prop this thing, maybe you already know, so we are not means waste the time. And we actually I don't want to make this video as much as lengthy, because I'm explaining everything and I'm like typing slowly, like for your better experience or for your better understanding. So that's why already that video is taking time, but I don't want that extra time will be taking. So already I explain everything for product and users both the time. Now I just create a license. Like for license, what the require first is product. So this will be the product ID actually, and its reference with products collection. Then products SKU. Products means this is SKU ID. Then license key, that we have to generate the license key, and is sold or not. We have to maintain like this license key already we have to give sold or not, and order ID. Like for which order that license already sold. By default it's blank. and this is a license schema. Now what we can do, first we have to go to the product module, because in this module also again we have to mention for license also, because product user is there, then we have to mention for license. So mongoose module, then license dot name and license schema. And in this product repository, so for license is actually related with product, so all the license collection related, all the operation, DB operation, we are doing in the product repository. So go to the product repository, and here we have to bring another model. That model name is license. So inject model license.name license model now let's go to the product controller. So first we have to like create a license. So another post method is there. Okay, so this product code, this is license. This also for our admin. Product ID. So this is not update, we say add who ID and that body. And in that body we will get only license key. Or we can say here directly, this is a license key. It's license key, it's a string. And create a method in the service also. Product is who ID and the license key. And in this try catch block, again, if error is came, then throw the error. And in this try block, we have to check first product is exist or not. Then you have to check the SKU is exist or not, and then you have to update the data. But this two is actually correct. So if product is there or not, and then we have to create a SKU. So for that, what I can do, we can say like we can say create license, and in this create license we can pass all the data like product ID, SKU ID, and the license. And in that result we can pass if we want, if not then it's fine. So you can say const result equal to result create license. You have to create in this product DB. So this is product ID is there, SKU ID is there, and the license key also is there. So product, so we can say this is product and this is product school. And we return the license. So create license has done. Now let's make the update the license. Or we can say delete the license, same thing. So for delete the license, actually what I assume, like for only license key is enough. So licenses and license key ID is enough. Because license key ID always will be unique. So then return remove product school license, create another method in the service like async. So only license key ID is enough. So ID and in this ID we have to remove the license. So remove is also done. Now let's create, not get the license, actually we need all the license. Actually get one license is not required. So fetch all the license for a particular product ID and school. So product ID, then schools, then fetch all the license. This will be get, and role will be like admin, get 2 product licenses, product ID, school ID is required. So create another method. Sync, and in this try catch block we are just throw the error. And in this try we have to check product is exist or not, school is exist or not, and then we are taking the all the license. So product will be port ID and product school will be the school ID. So fetch all the license for a particular product and particular school, that is also done. Now last one is updated product, like updated license key. So now it will be like put, again this is for admin, and then we have can say update product school license. For our product ID is required, school ID is required, license key ID is required, and new license key is also required. So here async actually product ID, school ID, license key ID, and license key. All the things are required. And in this try catch block, you have to handle the error. Now I have to check product ID is there or not, school ID is there or not, then we can do the update license. So for update license, we have to create another method, that is async update license. So first we have to pass the ID will be license key ID, and this will be license key. What I am assuming that product ID and school ID is not required, but for update purpose we have to check validation, we can do this. So this one also has done. Let's start from the, let's test. So start from the create a new license or add a new product license. So this is product ID school, then license, and in this body license key is there only. So but this license key will be generated like here. So what I can do, okay, the license key will be, we can generate here, or like we can send it from there. So we are sending from there. So this is one kind of a line like license key. Now if I will hit error, put is not there, this will be post is also not there. Products, then product ID, school, then school, we miss something, maybe the licenses. So we can see like license key added successfully, and we got the data, that means it's created. So this is a product, this is a product school, this is the license key, this sold is false, and order ID is nothing, ID this created. So all the data are stored perfectly fine. So let's save the data. Create a license for product. Now we can update this one. So for update purpose, last one is last we make all 0001. So let's see, it will be put, and also you have to pass the license key. So this is the license key ID, so license key ID. So I'm passing, let's say re-verify the route for update. Yeah, license key ID. So let's hit. So it's updated successfully. Now it's become triple like 000 something and 1. So it's updated successfully. So it's working perfectly fine. So it is updated license. Now fetch all the license. So it will be get, and it's not required. Let's see, we can got one, so we can create another one. Created another one. Now try to fetch. Okay, something maybe wrong was there. So this is the get method, get product license, find license. Okay, this will be find, not find like one. Now if we hit the, okay, it's not started the server. So now hit, so now we got two. Now this is the fetch all the license. So save as fetch all licenses for a product and scope. Okay, remove also. Okay, so for remove purpose, we already fetched, so we have removed this one. So it will be like delete method and license and license key. So we don't need this one. Let's try to delete. So remove successfully. Now let's try to fetch. Okay, first we save this. Like remove. Okay, not remove, like delete a license. Now try to fetch. Let's see how many data will come. So one data, that means it's deleted successfully. Fine. Now for product, two APIs are left. Two APIs are left. That is, one API is for product review, that create and update the product review and fetch all the product review. So these two APIs are left. So that these two API we are not gonna build now, because for that we have to build order first. Then we are gonna move forward to these two API. So now let's start to the order. So product all done. So we have created all the routes for products. So only one route is left, that is review that product from the customer. So that is left, because before that we have to build the order first, because like we can give one validation over there, like who all actually ordered that product. That customer only can give the review of the product. So for that, now we will start the order. So for that, again we have to create the order source. So this will be orders. Now for order, so first let me explain like how the order flow will go. So that order flow we will build as a like as much as simple way, because we are not going to complicate it. So we will take the help from Stripe checkout. So if you'll visit Stripe checkout, so Stripe checkout page. So Stripe is providing already one checkout like pre-built front-end UI. So with help of that, we can, like this is the Stripe checkout. So with help of this, we can build the full checkout page. So we don't have to build the checkout page and the checkout flow from our end, because Stripe already have provided. So if you can see, like this is one time payment, we are not go for recurring payment, because like customer will buy a product like one time only. So this is one time payments. Then next, then whatever you can give, like brand color, like this one style will be like feel. So these are the things what the features you require from Stripe. That is, you wanna use coupons, stored policies, you wanna showcase or shipping, all those stuff. So I don't require anything, like I can keep phone number only. because we need phone number to store. So now next. So this is a Stripe checkout page. So you can edit the quantity from here, and then you can give the details and you can pay. So these are the some demo cards are there, like this is the success card, this is authentication card, this is a decline card. So you can use this card number for the payment, like test payment. So this we will take this help. So for that, so from UI actually they will call one front end, from front end we will call to backend to create checkout session for Stripe, and then Stripe will provide a checkout session URL. With help of that, we will open that checkout session URL and we will give the payment. Means customer will pay the payment. Actually, for our case, we are only the developers, we are only the designers, and we are only the customer also. So that's why I'm saying sometimes like we. But actually, the scenario is like customer will pay the payment, and from Stripe, when payment got done, from Stripe actually hit our webhook. So we will also build a webhook also, and Stripe will hit the webhook, and then in that webhook we are handling the payment. Means we are checking like that order is got payment or not. Then we will create the order for the customer. If that payment is not done, then we don't have to create any order and all those stuffs. Then if that payment has done, that Stripe called our webhook, and in that webhook handling we are check the payment has done, order got not completed, then only we are assign the license key to that order, and like we will move forward to the process. Means we will like whatever. So this is the thing we are gonna do now. So already we have created. So this is a REST API. So this is yes. So I close all the things. Now in this order folder, so for before create the order, we have to create the schema and the like repository structure. So for order schema, go to the shared folder. Where is that shared schema? Here one file name is called orders. So for orders, again we need these three things, like prop, schema factory from the NextJS Mongoose, and Mongoose from the Mongoose also. Now we have to handle the payment status. So for that we have to like maintain one enum. So let's create the enum. So export enum payment status. So it will be pending, paid, and failed. Then order status also you have to maintain, like this is by default pending, and when it is done, then it will be completed. So this is not required, and processing also not required, because this will be like instant delivery. Like when order got payment, or like when order has like completely done from that customer, that time only we are delivering the license key to that customer. So from the order dashboard or from the order list, that customer will visit the order list, and from the order list they will open the order page particular, well, or like you can say order details, and from the order details they can see the license key, and they can use whatever they are gonna do over there with that. So they can use that, like if someone buy Windows 11, so they will get the Windows 11 key, and then they will do the rest from their end. So our job has done over there only. So this is the enum. Now we also have to store the ordered items, like for particular order how many items are there, which are those. So that also we have to store in that order collection. So for that we have to create another class, that is export class ordered items. So in these order items, first we also have to like keep it port ID, quantity, then SKU code also we have to maintain, like SKU code, price, then this is lifetime or not, so this is a boolean, validity. So why we are storing this type of details? Because we can store the SKU ID also, right? So why we are storing? Because after like now maybe someone bought some product, okay, that product price is now 200 rupees, and that validity is like maybe 30 65 days or 1 year. But if we store the SKU ID, but later like admin change that data, like they increase that like admin increase that validity, admin may can increase that price also, so we will lose the track if we will store the ID only, because that ID got the ID's data already got updated, because that admin update the data for that SKU. So therefore that we have to keep the records, like when that customer bought that data, that time that SKU price, what the price was there on the for the SKU, what the validity was there, what the that was a lifetime or not. Maybe this is now lifetime, maybe later like admin got changed to lifetime is false, then we have to track all those data. So that's why we are keeping those like those required data in this ordered collection also as a ordered item. So this is validity. Then SKU price ID also have to maintain, because when they have updated that SKU price, that time that SKU price also deleted and new price ID also got created. So for that we have to store SKU price ID also. So SKU price ID, and then okay, we can store the product name also. So product name. So this data we are going to store in this like ordered items. Now let's start the schema, main schema. So schema, so export class orders. So first it will be order ID. So first it will be order ID, then user, that is string, but this user actually refers by users. So now another is we have to store the customer address also. So customer address, that will be object, and in that object there are some item we will take, because from here we will get the address from the Stripe checkout. So that address we have to store, that will be billing address you can say, and that type will be object. Then we also have to store the customer phone number. So customer phone number, and that is a string, and that this is not an object. Then we have to store the ordered items. So ordered items, then we have to store the payment info, and that will be also a type object. So not payment details, we can say payment info. So this will also carry some data like payment method, payment status, payment amount, date, and payment intent ID, because when that payment got successful via Stripe, that time payment intent got created, and that payment intent ID, or you can say payment ID, we have to store. And payment failure reason, if somehow any failure happened or not. But we don't have to handle this, because if payment happened, then only we are gonna create the order and store the data, else not. So payment failure reason is not required, because every time we are getting the payment success only. We means we are gonna handle only payment success. Now, like order status. So order status and default, we can say pending. So default pending. Now we can say order delivered. If somehow it's not delivered, then we have to, like, support message will come maybe later, if we will gonna build like that way, like someone is facing, some customer is facing some issues, so they can contact the support, and we have to create one dashboard for support also. So for that, by default, like, it's a false. So when we deliver that license key to that customer, then only we can update that flag to true. So make it is order delivered. Then we can make it is order cancelled or not. So that is also not required now. Then another thing we have to like handle, that default will be blank, or we can say null. So default we can keep it as null, and that will be checkout session ID. So that checkout session ID we have to also store. That checkout session ID is actually provided by Stripe. Now order schema done. So order schema is done. Now go to the repository, make one file like order.repository.ts. So order.repository.ts, and here this is the same structure you have to follow. So I'm copied from there and paste it here. So this is not required. Only this 4 is required. So this is order repository structure. The entity not required, delete that entity. Now go to the order controller. So first go to the order module first. In that module, we have to, so for order we need user collection also. We need order collection, we need product collection, and we need license collection. Means 4 collection we need. And we also have to configure the Stripe module over there, because we are gonna create the session ID with via Stripe and all those stuff. And then we have to apply the middleware also over there. So let's start. So this is a controller, this is a provider. So order service, here also we need user repository, we need product repository, we need order repository, and then also we have to give the app guard, Then coming to imports, so imports, so in these imports first will be Stripe module. So Stripe module, and we have to like provide the API key and API version. We have to bring the config. Now we need all four, like user, products, collection, so users, and that orders also. Now in this orders module we have to configure, so implements nest module, and in this configure, so consumer, or we can copy it from the product module also. But exclude only webhook. So that orders webhook, that will be called from Stripe, so that will be like there will be no middleware, because that is open API. Now only one route we have to create, that is checkout. So go to the controller, create is actually not required, find all is required, and that find all will be like for all, that will be not only for the admin or something. Then find ID, yeah, it is also required. And for find all, we need the request also, because from the request only we will take the user information. So for find, and also we will take the status, because with that status only we can filter the data like complete or pending or something. So status also required, and request also is required for the taking the user. Those DTO is not required. Delete patch is not required. What is required, that will be like post. First is required checkout, so we have to build a checkout. Now we have to create the checkout DTO. So in this DTO folder, create one file like checkout DTO. So checkout.dto.ts. So in this checkout DTO, first what we will get from that, we will get like SKU price ID, because only this thing is required to create the order, because we are taking the help from Stripe. So Stripe required the SKU price ID, then quantity, then SKU ID. These three are required, and this will come in a array, because they can like in order, in, or you can say in the cart, there will be multiple product in a single order. So this will come in a array. So create one file like export class checkout DTO array. This is not required. And checkout details. So checkout details. This will checkout DTO array. Now coming to the validation. So we need the things. So first will be no, it should be string and not empty. This will be string, and this will be number. Done. So let's start from the checkout. So we have to pass the user only over there. Now go to the order service. Async. This will be the same type. User will be record string and any. So in this checkout, what we have to do, we have to create a array of object that will be called as line items, because type accepted line items in that checkout session. So with that help of that line items, Stripe can understand, okay, these are the items, and then they like Stripe will build the checkout page for us. So by default we have to like const line items. This will be by default blank array. Then we have to take all the cart items. So const cart items, that will be like body dot checkout details. Then we have to like maintain the array. Then we can say that line items dot push. So what we need to push first will be the price. So price will be cart items dot SKU dot price ID, or you can say item dot SKU price ID. Then quantity. Then now we can like optional parameter we will pass, that is adjustable quantity. So a customer can adjust the quantity from the checkout session page. So this will be like we can give this will be enable true, and maximum will be 5 and minimum will be 1. Done. Now if line items is not there, then we have to throw the error. So like if line items length equal to 0, so no items in the cart, we will throw the error. Then we have to create the session. So const session, this will be await, and this stripe client we have to need here. So we have to build a constructor here. In this constructor we need user repository, product repository, order repository, and a stripe client. So I already done that. So now we have to inject all the items. So this one, now we have to create the session. So for that we have to call stripe client. So await this stripe client dot checkout dot session dot create. This is the API, and there we have to pass all the things like checkout, we have to pass the line items. So line items, then we have to pass the metadata. So metadata is nothing, like we can pass some value in that checkout session. So when the checkout session will return this data in that webhook. So for only user.id, and we will convert to the string. Only user ID we are gonna store in this metadata, and then mode will be payment. Yeah, and billing address is required, so we have to pass the billing address flag that is required. Phone number, obviously we will collect the phone numbers, so this is also enable true. Customer email will be the user email, so we can pass the customer email, and we can pass the success and cancel URL also. And that we will bring from the config. So import so this is the success URL, this is the cancel URL. Now we have to return the session URL in that response. So when like then we have to from front end what we will do, we will open the session URL in the next tab or in that tab only, then payment will be done, and then if that will be success, then this URL will be open, success URL open will be open, or that order got cancelled somehow, then this cancel URL will be open. Now another thing we have to check, like whatever the data is coming, then we have to check the license are there in that DB or not. So before push, we have to check like const in stock item, like we have to check items are in stock. So await this dot product DB dot check stock. We can not check stock, we can fetch the data like get okay, we will check what is the I forgot the function name actually, product dot repository. Okay, that license part okay is there. So this is the find license. We will call this find license, and we have to pass the SKU ID. So item dot SKU ID we have to pass. Product SKU. So we have to pass product SKU equal to item dot SKU ID and is sold will be the false. And then we have to check if items are stock dot length is less than equal to item dot quantity. Then only we will push, else not. So session URL got done. Now whatever to do, we have to now create the webhook handler. So in this order controller, another route is there, post webhook. Okay, before create that webhook handler, we will complete these two, find all and find by ID. So for find all, what we can do, we will get the user. So we will get the status and user. So this will be the status, that will be string, and user. Now we have to check that user is there, like we have to first check the user, get the user. So like first this will be try catch, and we have to throw the error. I forgot to keep this checkout in this try catch block. So now we will take the user from DB. So user will be this one. So first from this user details, now we have to maintain the query. So we are making one variable like const query. And this will be like as type will be like as not any, we can say as record string not any. Now we have to check if this is a customer. So if this is a customer, so if user details dot user type, or sorry, type equal to user types dot customer, then query will be this one, and status will be there, then query dot status will be this. Then you have to fetch the all orders. So this then we will to fetch the order name. Then we have to pass the result. So in this order DB, async find then find one, then create, so find all has done. Now going forward to find one, so find one only ID is required, so we are taking the ID from the param. Now in this find one, first try catch, so error, and in this try block, nothing, we have to like we can say like const result, then success result and message done. Now we have to handle the webhook. So in this order controller, this is a webhook. So in this webhook handler, first we will get the raw body from the buffer. So body will be raw body, that will be raw body. So we will give that key name as raw body, and this will be actually buffer. And then from the headers we have to take the type signature also. So we can say like from headers we have to take the stripe signature. So stripe signature, and have to pass these two, raw body and the signature. Now we have to create this webhook. First it will be try catch. So try catch. So here build call is like late event. So we have to take the event from the signature. So how we can take the event from the signature? So we'll keep it that late event is a like normally variable. Then we have to create another try, and in that try you have to so in this try we have to construct the event from the webhooks and help up with this webhook secret. So this is the another method provided by the Stripe webhook that is called as construct event. So this is actually build the event, what event is called from the body. So we have to pass the raw body, we have to pass the signature, and we have to pass the secret key, webhook secret, that already we have stored in the config. This one. Now if that is happened, so this will be happening in the try. If any error occurred, then it will show in from the catch block. Now we have to check that event session like event session has completed or not. If session has completed, then whatever we can do, if session has completed, then we have to take the session, okay, from like event.data object. So from that object we will get the all the session details. Next we have to take the user ID from the metadata. Next we will all the line items we will get. Okay, we can do one thing. So we will get the session first. Then we have to take the order data. So const order data equal to we will create another function. So await this dot create order, you can say create order object. So async session now in this Stripe block, first we have to take the line items from the sessions. So we can do so we'll get all the line items from the checkout session dot list dot line items. This is another API or another method. From that we'll get from against that session ID means what are the line items are there, we will fetch all the line items from the Stripe. Then we have to create the order. So const order data, first it will be like order ID. So first it will be order ID, this will be generated by us. Then it will be user, and that already we have stored in this metadata. So user from metadata. Then customer address, next is the customer address, customer email. Okay, so this will be session, not order data. Then we will get the payment info. Next will be like order date. Next is checkout session ID, that is already there but still we can store. Then order status, order by default already we are storing as a like pending. Then order items, so we can store in the order items. So order items equal to like line items that is this one. From the line address, we are taking the metadata and we are storing, and we have to return the order data. Now we have to create this order with this order data. So now we have to create this data. So this will be a new order. So we will create the order data. Now go to the create. So create already has, but before create we have to check that order is already exist with the same session ID or not. Why we have to check? Why we have to check? Because maybe multiple times that Stripe call this webhook multiple times. So for that we have to like handle that. So we have to check like this order is exist or not. So we have to check order exist. So order dot checkout session ID. Now let's create the rest of the things of product, that is product review. So go to the product controller. So in this product controller, we have to create another route, that is review. At the end we can stay like post, P should be capital, post, then product ID, and then reviews. This will be for user, and this will be product ID is required. From body review, done. So from body we'll get the review and rating, and also we will get the user from the request. Another will be like fetch the remove the delete, another delete the reviews. So delete remove product review. So first complete the add product review. So the first it will be try catch block. Now first we have to check that product is exist or not. First we have to check like product exist or not. Then we have to check that customer already gave the review or not. So another checking will be customer already give the review or not. And then another checking we have to check like that customer actually bought that product or not, because if that customer has bought that product, then only we will allow to give the review. So another will be like const order equal to, so order repository is required. So in this order module, orders, order schema, and we required order repository. So inject so order DB. Here we have to get await this dot order DB dot find one customer ID. If not order, this is the product. Then again we will say you have not purchased this product. Then we will calculate the ratings. We have to calculate the average rating also. This is the way where we means how we can do the means calculate the average rating. So we are gonna taking the help of reduce function, and we are passing as a and b, and we are adding, and then we are with length we are divide, and what the data is coming we are taking only last 0.2 data, and then we have to update that. So rating, this is the feedback message, and we have to store the customer ID. This will be user underscore ID, then customer name, that will be user dot name, details, then the data. We also have to set this average rating. Done. Now in this controller, this is remove product review. So async try catch block, and in this block we are handling the error. Nothing, we will take the product first. So const product, done. So again we are taking the take the ratings, calculate the ratings, and we are set the updated rating and pull that the feedback details. Done. Again start the server. Let's see. So this is the products. So fetch order details. So for this order, product ID is this one. So product ID, this one, and then what the data is required. Only product ID is required. Rating, review, and user that we will give it. So, and then reviews. Reviews. This is a post method. In this body, it will accept the review. Review will be a good one. And then rating, that I am giving like 4. Now I hit the API. Product.service. So its review got added. So you can see this in the feedback details. This is a feedback message. This is rating, and in this average rating, this is 4. Add review of the product. Now if we will delete that review, so delete, review does not exist. Okay, try to fetch that product first. Let's see, this is the ID. So now try to delete, so it's deleted. Now if you can see, feedback details are blank, and average rating is 0. Okay, average rating is still 4. Okay, so after pull, if comment dot underscore ID not equal to review ID. Comment dot underscore ID not equal to. So if comment ID is not equal to review ID, then we will take the all the ratings. Done. So it is 0. So now it will not gonna work, I know. So first it's save this. So delete review for for a product or of a product. Again add the review. Now if you can see average rating is 4, and in the feedback details one review got added. Now delete the review. I will delete. Okay, so ID got changed, so take this ID and delete this. Now you can see this average rating still 4. It should not be 4. Console.log.average rating. Okay, actually I have to give here we have, because this ID is actually object ID, so we have to convert it to string and then we will do the comparison. So now this console log is not required. Now if I will try to delete this, now if we will fetch that data, now we can see this average rating will be 0. So it is working fine.